Oh god, that clip is so painful. Oh, I shouldn't talk here because you can't. The clips don't auto mute yet, do they? I haven't sorted that out yet. Hello, how's it going? Yeah. Sorry for the vague title. Oh wow, I've got this cable in the way. Whoops, my bad. Sorry for the vague title, but I actually don't know what I'm streaming today. Yeah, I don't know. Yesterday I said I was gonna watch Pascal's run and learn it and stuff, but that doesn't make any sense to do first. What I should do first is make a, like, this is how I beat the game this quickly explanation video, right? How I beat San Andreas in under an hour video. I should do that first, right? But the thing is, there are two ways of doing that kind of video. There's the small brain, like, I just play my PB back and talk about what's happening, right? Which I have done for no major glitches and works well for no major glitches. Like, you know, I just sit there and explain what I'm looking at and stuff. But I don't think that works for the glitchy categories like any percent and no AJS. Because, wait, why am I not seeing YouTube chat in this? Wait, hold on, my thing might be broken, I'll fix that. But, it works for no major glitches because I could just explain what's happening as it's happening. Boop. There we go. But like for any percent stuff, you kind of need to, like, just watching it in chronological order doesn't make any sense. I don't think. I don't know though. I don't know. I haven't tried it. But it's like, you know, I'll do the thing where I do the go to zero glitch, and for me to explain why I do the go to zero glitch, you need to know that I need to combine two missions together. That is impossible to get those two missions together on their own. And you need to know that I also need to get, like, negative money. And I need to be able to break the bets. And those, but then, like, but why do I need to do those things? And then it's like I really think to explain the glitched categories, you kind of need to, like, to explain any percent, I think you need to watch it in reverse order, or learn about it in reverse order. So, like, okay, so the aim of the run, any percent, the speedrun leaderboard says that any percent finishes when you beat the game. So, and it's any percent. So let's do this the fastest possible. Okay, how do you beat the game the fastest possible, right? And then, like I could do that. I could sit there and explain everything in reverse. But then what do I do? Watch my PB in reverse? Like, what is the, like, visual aid, right? Like, I don't want to just sit here and have, like, do I have the literal PB video and I scroll through it backwards? Do I just have a paint window and draw stuff in it? Copy tomato anus style. I don't know what his videos look like. I think you mean tomato Angus, by the way. Excuse me. Swearing in my channel. Tomato anus. You guys don't know tomato anus? This is a speedrunner. Like, well, this guy. Oh god, I didn't want to press that. Have you guys not?
Oh, hey, thanks.
B0 Sky just resubscribed for 9 months. Hi Josh, how does it feel to have a world record?
Right, okay, so
How the emotions went after the stream.
Before I click this, I think this is going to be a highly edited, properly made video. Yes, that's the other thing. If we want a highly edited, properly made video, we ain't doing that on today's stream. Right? Like, that's not happening on this stream. This is like a month-long editing process that you do offline by yourself. It's not something you do on stream, right? So I can endeavor to try to do something like that. I've always wanted to try to make a video like that. Like I could try to work with Taduva on something. But then that doesn't answer the question of what do I stream today, right? So yeah, so that's why I'm like, so we're now getting around the whole full circle of, okay, yeah, this is why I don't know what to stream today. Yeah. So those are options. We can, if I just do the small brain thing and just sit here and watch my PV back and talk over it, you know, that would be fine, maybe, but it might be a bit of a shit result. Because you guys don't hear this, do you? Let me set this to this one. Oh boy. Yeah, you hear it now, don't you? Oh, you don't see it though, because I'm big dumb. There you go. So like, what I would do is I would crop it to be 4:3. Obviously, this doesn't work, but I would like crop my stupid face out in the chat and the timer and all that stuff, right? Speaking of which, why is the timer up there? Wait, hold on. Why is the timer there? Oh god. Wait, hold on. Now we need to live split on a run paused. We are not paused, my guy. Yeah, this we need to do this. Okay, there we go. My bad. Right. Yeah, I could just sit here and watch it back, right? And I have audio tracks, so we can do just game audio like this. So if I find a bit where I'm talking, like here, you see we don't hear me. So I can sit here and talk over the game, and we have game audio only. So that all works and everything.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Gravity just resubscribed for 50 months. Hi.
But yeah, it's like, you know, I don't know if it suits this. Maybe we could just try it. Like, what do you think? We could just try it. We can just try and send like a I react to it and draw over it thing. Maybe it works out, but I just have my doubts. This is why people. The thing is, people really liked the one that I did for No Major Glitches, right? Like, if I find the Joshimuz how I beat, like that video has a fuckload of views. Like, look at this. How I beat SA in under 5 hours without major glitches. Post commentary part 1. This has like 300,000 views. Then part 2 and part 3 have a lot less because, you know, nobody it has like part 2 has less than half. Part 3 doesn't have less than half of part 2 though, so that's pretty good actually. The part 3 did pretty well. But normally it's literally this has full views, this has half, this has a quarter, and you go down like that with the max of the multiple parts. But yeah, in this video, what I did was I like got a whiteboard thing and I just drew over things and explained things in Paint and like talked over it as they were happening. But I think that's fine for like, you know, no major glitches strats. But yeah, I think it's a lot harder for any percent. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I just test it, right? We could just find out. But yeah, I just didn't know what I was streaming. That was the thing. I just didn't know what I was going to do. You don't have to put it on the main channel if result won't satisfy you. Yeah, I can always put it on uncut, I guess. But like, people really liked that format 4 years ago.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Eden of Love tipped £2.30. Why do views drop off in a series? It feels insane not to check out part 2 in a series.
It's just always the way it is. It's just all. I don't know. I don't know why it happens on YouTube, but this isn't a Joshimuz problem. This is like a every YouTuber thing. Like it's not just me. Yeah. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. Thanks for. I can't actually read that. £2.30. But that's why so many people avoid putting like the way you fix it is that you don't put like part 1, part 2, part 3 in there, and you make every single video its own unique thing with its own intro and outro. And the intro, like, you know, catches you up with everything that's happening. It needs to be like its own uniquely contained thing. It's like the difference between watching like a TV show that's like a continuous part thing versus something that's like uniquely like compartmentalized. Like an episode of The Simpsons, I'm showing my age here. An episode of The Simpsons will be like, it starts, it sets up the whole thing with the intro of like, you know, the family and stuff, and then you watch the whole thing from start to end, and then it just ends. And then there are no consequences, there are never any lasting effects, apart from like some characters die or whatever. Very rarely is there ever lasting effects. And then you move on. And then like what's like a difference? What's like a part thing? Like a parted thing, like Game of Thrones or something. I don't know. I don't really watch that much television, right? Breaking Bad, right? Yeah, but I don't watch Breaking Bad. Does Breaking Bad start with a like previously on or whatever, and then does it set up stuff, or does it just go straight in? Because yeah, it's the whole like if people find. It's the discoverability thing, right? That's what's happening. Part 1, when you get recommended the new video and it's part 1, you don't need to have watched anything beforehand. New people can find it and watch it. Old people enjoy it. But then when part 2 comes out, if it gets recommended to you and you haven't seen a video of mine ever before and you don't want to watch part 2 of the things, you just don't. So then the views are worse, right? I would hope that people would watch part 2 of a thing and then are interested by it, well then just go back and find part 1. But that just doesn't happen. Just doesn't happen. Anyway, this is side topic. It doesn't matter for what's happening right now. This is only going to be a one part because it's only going to be like 3 hours or something. Yeah, but anyway, people liked that format of video before, and people have been asking me to do it loads more, so maybe I will. But I really don't think it fits this kind of run. But I'd be happy to be wrong, and we can just do it. We'll see. But the thing is, I really think it's gonna get very. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking. There we go. I really do think this is gonna get very. Very. What am I saying? Very confusing trying to follow it in chronological order like this. Like, I don't know how this is going to work. Right, okay, let me set up a thing real quick. So I'm going to need... Wait, hang on, I'm going to do this. And we need to... Copy, paste as a reference this. And then we need to crop, I think it's 640 from the left. I think that's correct. Yes, that is correct. Okay, and then we need to center this. Yes, and then I go on 4x3. Beautiful. Okay, so now we only have the game. There you go. We only have the game now. And now you don't hear me either. So now I could just watch my PB back. Well, annoyingly this bar
Real
disappears. But, you know.
SIGJNF just resubscribed for 2 months. Yeah, it all comes back.
Oh, I just realized I don't have a whiteboard plug-in for OBS if I'm going to do this. Ah, shit. Oh, no. I'm going to have to install an OBS plugin. All right, I might have to restart OBS here. Audio is low. Oh, I can fix that through the power of audio mixing. How do you feel about this? Is that better? That seems about correct to me. OBS whiteboard. I don't remember how I did this 4 years ago. This has no releases. It's a Lua. I mean, it's just a Lua script I can just put in. Does anyone know a good whiteboard thing for OBS? This one looks okay. Brush color, eraser, crease size, toggle. Yeah, okay. Oh, projector window. Oh, right. Oh, right. I'd have to use a projector window. Oh, that's kind of cursed. How did I do this before? Wait, let me watch this video back real quick. Whoa. Holy shit, my microphone is bad 4 years ago. I don't know how I did this before. What am I trying to achieve? I want to be able to draw over top of the OBS scene. I think I'm just going to try and install this Lua plugin, and we'll see what happens. This Lua script. Let's just see what happens, because I can just do a Lua. I can just download this Lua script and then just add it to OBS like right now, and it won't be a problem. Whoa. I found something called OBS Draw plugin. Oh yeah. Yeah, let me get rid of this temporarily. I'm gonna be doing stuff on my computer. Let me try OBS Draw plugin. Draw. Unless we just draw on things, by the looks of it. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Plugin for OBS to add a draw doc. Last release December 2025. Oh, hey, it's by this guy. I think. Oh, this guy makes a bunch of stuff that I use. Oh, okay. All right. I'm in. I'm in. Use this guy's thing. Yeah. This is good shit. This guy makes good stuff. Okay, right. Okay, I'm very interested. There's no real tutorial for it, though. It just says... Yeah, there's not really any details. Maybe the forum post has more details. It just gives a doc that you draw in. Okay. Alright, I could try this. Yeah, I'm going to have to... I don't think I can just install OBS plugins while OBS is running. Let's give it a try and see what happens, but I might have to restart OBS. Let's give this a shot. I'm going to drag this in here. I mean, it happened, apparently. Plugin manager. Yeah, I didn't load it. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let me just restart OBS.
It's lights out and away we go. Even start from the front two.
Hello, Exalter. You're about to hear that sound again because I'm restarting OBS. Okay, don't fucking leave. And when I come back, refresh your streams. Okay? Because tests. The sound will break when I come back. It will be desynced, but that always happens. Just refresh it. Oh my god, OBS is using 90% of my GPU right now. What the fuck? Damn, I did not realize I was cutting it that close with the encoding. Okay, be for fuck's sake, I forgot to scream about that. Why is my camera frozen? Oh, it's not. I'm... That's the other Josh. Yeah. Alright, okay. It's like, why is my camera not working?
It's lights out and away we go. Even start from the front two.
Oh, guys, do you know how many people leave when you guys joke about the stream ending? Because people aren't paying attention to the stream, see it goes down, look at chat, see everyone saying, okay, bye, see you tomorrow, and then they just close the fucking stream. Like, for God's sake. Right, okay, whenever I restart OBS, I have to tell you, don't fucking leave. I have to tell you,
thanks.
don't fucking
Ronan,
joke
you
about
just
leaving.
Subscribed for 48 months, 4 years of Josh Tech issue.
And I have to say, refresh the stream when I come back. And there's so many sounds happening. Right, scripts, draw is there. Okay, docs, draw. Ooh, okay, I have a little tiny thing. Oh, okay, yeah, perfect, perfect. Can I... Ah, Control Z doesn't work. Control Z does that, which I don't want it to do. How do I wipe it? Damn. Is that... Can I Control A? No, there's no... Oh, okay. Undo. Okay, there's no... Okay, there's no hotkeys. Damn, there's no, like, just delete everything button. Damn. That's annoying. Okay. Yeah, I like how this works this way, but there's no... I don't see any way to just, like, delete everything. It should be a clear button. There should be. Tell me where the clear button is. Here, look. Oh, this is obviously a horrendous mess, but tell me where the clear button is. Am I being stupid? I have this. Favorite tools. Add current. I have a bunch of tools. Pencil, brush, line. All these things. Yeah, erase. Tick this. Now I'm erasing instead of drawing, but that isn't what I want. I want to delete the entire picture in one go. I don't know what this is, this percent. I have no idea what this percent is. Probably the opacity. Yeah, I mean, I want 100%. Okay, guys, Control Z was literally the first thing I tried, and that's when I just undid a thing in OBS instead. Yeah, Control A doesn't do anything. I tried that earlier. All of these
Mr.
things.
Judas just resubscribed for 5 months. I said a boom boom boom.
This
Let
button.
me hear you say
Ooh.
wayo.
Oh, wait, this dot dot dot. Oh my god, wait, hold on. I did try pressing that dot dot dot, but I must have. Ah, okay, all right. Okay, yeah. This dot 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 does it. Okay. I did press this before, but I must have pressed it after already deleting everything. Okay, all right, there we go. Yeah, I was sat here. I expected this to open like a menu or something, so I've clicked it and nothing's happened. It must be supposed to say like, it must be supposed to say like, you know, delete everything or something, but it doesn't say anything. Okay, there we go. Right, what we got there? Oh god, I just did something really bad. Oh no. Don't do that. Okay, right, okay. So you guys see this? Yeah, okay, all right, sick. So what I want to do is not dock the fucking window. Stop trying to dock the window. I just want this to be here. Don't dock it. Okay, all right. I managed to not dock it. Okay, right. Draw a dick. Okay. Sorry, the opportunity was too good. I have no ill will towards you. Okay, right. Well, this could work then, can't it? Let me go back here and oh, I see it hasn't. I've lost the crop. Okay, that's fine. 640 and whoops. Right. Yes. I just drew instead of okay, that's fine. I'll try to remember to bring lots of splitters to avoid this problem.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Exhorter7 gifted a tier 1 sub to English_Ben. They have given 151 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah. YouTube just seems to lag every day now, and I don't know what the problem is, and I don't know how to fix it, and I'm sorry. But this is happening like every day for the first. Why would I? I could try like a different server, but like, I'll put that in now, but that's not going to update until like tomorrow. The stream was actually fine until the OBS reset, and then the lag happened. Well, I've done like 3 OBS resets this stream, so yeah. I think I'm gonna mute the sounds for this video because I don't want all of the haha funny Twitch sounds happening. So I'm gonna put alerts muted in all caps at the start of the title. So if you do an alert and you didn't read the fucking all caps start of the title, that's your own fault. Sorry. Right, there we go. So alerts are muted, so don't even fucking bother. Okay. Let's try this then. So how do we want to do this? I can just play the start, right? Because nothing crazy happens from the start. I think we're good from the start. Right. Well, I always do this thing where I sit here and overthink it for like 20 minutes. Let's just send it and see what happens. And it'll probably just work out, right? Okay, wave at the camera because I don't have markers support in this OBS yet. All right, here we go. Hello, YouTube. How's it going? Welcome to my post commentary for my AJS run that I just did for the original. This is already terrible. This is already terrible. Hello, YouTube. Welcome to my post commentary for my latest any percent speed run for the original version of San Andreas. There we go. It's important to get the start right because the start is like where everybody clicks off if they don't like what they're seeing. I could fuck up and fumble later. I just need the start has to be so fucking perfect. Okay. Chat, this is probably going to happen like 5 more times, just so you're aware. Okay, wait for keyframes. Hello, YouTube. How's it going? Welcome to my post commentary for my latest any percent yes AJS speedrun for the original version of San Andreas. I just did this run yesterday, and we're going to try and do a little commentary for it to explain everything that happens. I've done this before for no major glitches, and I said I wouldn't do this for like the more complicated runs because it's much more complicated to explain this as it's happening. Yeah, and something has already happened. We've already missed it. Timer on cam. Okay, right. So this is already fucked because there's already a glitch happening that I'm not explaining because I'm not explaining it fast enough. Like, this is already fucked. Like, this doesn't work. Like, I have already teleported to the fucking... Why is this not... Live split on a run. False. Why is the timer showing... Show hide live split timer. So then it should have done this. I don't understand. I can untick that for a minute, but I don't want that happen. I don't want like this fixed wait happening all the time. I don't want to constantly be hiding the timer. I just want to do it once. Okay, whatever. It's probably because I restarted OBS. It's because I restarted OBS and went straight into this. It probably just broke. You also said AJS without explaining. I don't think explaining AJS immediately at the beginning of the video is a good idea. Again, this has to be like super snappy and like I already think I've talked too much for the YouTube intro. I need to talk like way less than this. I think what I actually want to do. Oh shit. Camera no. I still can't get over how absolutely tiny these OBSBot cameras are. Look how fucking small this thing is. And this is like 4K 60 camera. Like, it's crazy. Okay. Sorry, I'm just moving that camera because I was using it for the other thing that I do, iRacing. But when I do that, I have to like, I only have one camera. I have to like move it. Okay, there we go. Right, okay. So now I'm whoop. We're on this whoop. Okay, good. Right. So from here, I think I should do the YouTube intro full screen and then go into it. Let's do that. Maybe also make myself a bit more presentable or whatever. I don't care. Okay. Yeah, that tiny thing that you saw me holding, like this tiny fucking camera. You're not gonna be able to see it. That tiny fucking camera that you can't even see because it's so fucking small. There, look. That's what you're looking at me through now. It's crazy. But obviously it's like USB only. Like it doesn't. It's like a webcam or whatever. Right, okay. What am I saying? Okay, let's just try some quick. Hello, YouTube. Welcome to my post-commentary video for my latest any percent speedrun for San Andreas original version. Okay, cut AJS, cut original version, just say San Andreas. I don't think we need to get into version differences. I don't think we need to talk about categories. I don't think we need to do any of that. So just... Hello, YouTube. Welcome to my post-commentary for my latest any percent world record speedrun for San Andreas. There you go. Include the words world record. Very important. Okay. God, I am so sick of fucking talking about FPS with people. So fucking goddamn sick of it. If the fucking speedrun.com leaderboard just split things correctly, we wouldn't have to fucking have this discussion all the fucking time. More energy. YouTube, oh my god, I just world record San Andreas. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. Oh my god, let's watch it together and see what happens. Is that better? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're doing that, chat. 200k viewers. We ain't doing that. Okay. Hello YouTube, how's it going? Welcome to my post-commentary video for the any percent world record speedrun I just did for San Andreas. This is going to be a hell of a trip because this run is insanely glitch heavy and I have no idea how the hell I'm going to explain all of this to you while watching it back, but I'm going to try my best. Immediately though, right off the rip, from the very beginning of the video, I immediately do a glitch and teleport to Grove Street. So this is going to be a hell of an explanation. Let me try to explain what happens here. So you can see I just teleported to CJ's house straight to Grove Street immediately. Let me try to get this going. So what I'm doing here, you can't hear me past me or see my inputs or anything. Oh, my inputs are on the fucking... Wait, hold on. Hold on. Go back. The inputs down here are the wrong inputs. Okay, hang on. I have a plan. We need to... Oh, wow. I'm really going to fuck up my layout doing this. We need to add a display capture of delete this. Oh my god, please. And we need it to capture my main display. Yep. So there's... Go away. And then we need to crop this to only include this. There we go. Oh god, you can see the camera is slightly moved though from last time. That works. There you go. That doesn't look bad. Oh yeah, my hands are... Wait, if I just keep my hands down here, it'll make sense. Wait, hang on, let me... There. Thankfully, my lighting is consistent because I have studio lighting, but yeah, if I just sit here. There you go. My other arm can do whatever, though. I can use my left arm. Just can't move my right arm. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Right, that's the plan. You can see my inputs now, because I'm going to need to be able to explain all of the shit that's happening down there. Right? Oh, but this UI comes up whenever I mouse over. Ah, man. Is there a way to not have this UI come up? I mean, this like UI is like the whole fucking thing though, right? No, damn it. This might not be the best video player for this. If I used VLC, I could probably watch it back at like 1080. Move the input to the top. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing I can do. Like, I don't have any settings in this. That's not really a thing that you have in MPV. Because I'm going to want to mouse over, like, well, I guess I'm not going to mouse over. I guess I'm going to point with the things, but if I, like, pause and shit, well, I guess I'll have to just use... Apparently delete hides it. Ah! Oh my god, you legends. Yes! Well done. Well done. Well done. Okay. So I could just press delete to make it come up when I need it, and then hide it when I don't want it. Yes! Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's perfect. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, right. Yeah, a bunch of you said it at the same time. Thanks, everybody. You all excellent. That's the... No, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving.
Thanks.
Okay, there we go.
Niceosis gifted a tier 1 sub to Tricky P1.
Wrong scene.
They have given 26 gift subs in the channel.
Thanks, Niceosis. Oh, you can hear sounds on this bit. Let me turn sounds off here as well. Yeah, the alerts are audible on this scene and this scene. Sorry, I know what I'm saying. I fixed it now. I guess I could also do... No, I don't have a button for that, do I? That's music. That's USB 1 chat. Wait, I think that also works, right? If I replay this. Wait, I broke this. Let me replay this. Yeah, you don't hear that. Okay, right. I can do it that way as well. Okay, but I'll also mute it for me so I can think about what I'm saying. All right, okay. Sorry this is taking so long, but yeah, this is like not a thing that I do often, right? So it's kind of hard to like set this up out of nowhere. Okay. Hello YouTube, how's it going? Welcome to my post commentary for my latest any percent speedrun for San Andreas. I forgot the word world record. Damn it. Ah! I said this is going to take a lot of tries, chat. I said it. Hello, YouTube. How's it going? Welcome to the post-commentary for my latest any percent San Andreas world record. Oh, fuck. Any percent San Andreas world record? No. Any percent world record speed run for San Andreas. Any percent world record speed run for San Andreas. Any percent world record speed run for San Andreas. Hello YouTube, how's it going? Welcome to the post-commentary video for my any percent world record speedrun for San Andreas. I did this yesterday, and it was a super cool run, and I'm going to try to commentate it for you now. I've done this before for no major glitches, and that worked really well. However, today we're going to try and do it for a really glitch-heavy category. So stuff is going to get really difficult to explain, so this might be very long, but we'll see what happens. So right off the start here, you can see I'm on a paused black screen. That's because I do a glitch immediately, which I'm going to have to explain. So if I play the video here, you can see San Andreas. I start the game. We're in the intro scene, right? Francis International Airport, whatever. And then I skip it, and then suddenly we're in CJ's house. How did we do that? That's not where you start the game. What happened to, oh shit, here we go again. You know, I'm supposed to be in the alleyway. Yeah, I have broken the game immediately. Down here, this looks a little weird on my layout, but down here I have the inputs of my keyboard and mouse from the run. My hand is kind of on it, don't worry about it. But those are my inputs during the run, right? So if you look down there, you can see what buttons I'm pressing, and I'm going to try to explain what happens here. So when you start the game, like here, what's actually happened is CJ is stood like right here. This is CJ, right? And he's in Grove Street. Like, here's Sweet's house, here's CJ's house, here's, I don't know, Ryder's house is like back here or something. There's like a house here. There's probably like a tree or something here, right? CJ is stood in the center of Grove Street, and he's happy. Look at the little hat. CJ is stood in the middle of Grove Street at the beginning of the game, because I guess they just spawn you at Grove Street because Grove Street is the center of the universe, yeah, as we've all established. And it was recently discovered, like very recently, within like the last year, that you actually have control over CJ during this sequence. So it looks like it's a cutscene, right? And there's like, you know, you're just waiting for the game to start, and you skip this cutscene and everything, and the game starts. But you actually can control CJ right now. It's absolutely insane, and we haven't discovered it because why would you be able to control CJ here? But yeah, they spawn CJ in the middle of Grove Street, and you have control over him. So what I'm doing is I'm using some precise timing. If I like bring up the sound from the run, you could probably hear me. I count using elephants. Ready? 1 elephant, 2 elephant. That's me back then counting. What I'm doing is I'm trying to go from his Grove Street, and CJ is like stood in it. I don't know. That's a terrible drawing. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get inside CJ's house, which is over here, right? So I'm facing I'm facing straight west. And Sweet's house here. Here's the little tree that I drew earlier, but I messed it up, right? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to walk like diagonally forwards and right for exactly 1.5 elephants. So I say 1 elephant, 2 elephant, right? I go exactly like, oh, I'm facing west, sorry, yeah. I'm trying to walk diagonally forwards and right for exactly 1.5 elephants. And then as soon as that ends, I then walk right. And then as soon as I get towards CJ's door, I jump to like delay me entering the door. So if we listen to what I say again, ready? I'm going to go back a bit. Listen to what I'm saying. Oh, let me clear the screen. 1 elephant, 2 elephant. See, that's now I'm going to the right. And now I'm in CJ's house, and then I jump at some point. I don't know. I didn't catch myself jump, actually. Where do I jump? There, I just did it. I just jumped. So if I go back a bit, I can probably catch it there. Look, do you see it? My left shift is jump. So we go up, we go over, and then we're in CJ's house. So what happens is when the game wants to teleport you, it will teleport you like often. Mission scripts and cutscenes and things like that will teleport you immediately because they're covering it with like black screens and stuff, so it doesn't matter. You don't notice that you're being teleported. But when you walk into like an interior or something, they don't just like insta teleport you into the interior. They wait a little bit to make it like, so CJ does the little walk-in animation, right? He does like this animation where you walk in and out, and then you get teleported, right? Like this. So they want to like hide the teleport like that. So what's happening is I'm starting. So like we're CJ. This is like CJ's teleport state, right? He's in Grove Street, right? Then I'm like queuing. I'm like in like 2 seconds. I'm gonna go into the house by walking in, and I'm starting this like walk-in animation. So after a few seconds of this walk-in animation, I will then actually get teleported, right? So I'm trying to time it so that I'm queuing a house teleport, but before that can happen, I skip the cutscene like this, and then we go from Grove Street, and then we get teleported to like the alleyway where we're supposed to be at the end of the cutscene. But then I immediately get teleported to the house because I queued the house teleport. And it's a bit more complicated than that because there's actually like 2 different teleports that happen. There's one for this cutscene skip, and there's another one that actually takes you to the alleyway. But I'm like I'm having to like leave the house at the same time. So it looks more like where's Grove exit. I'm trying to like teleport here. And there's another like cutscene skip that happens here, right? So I'm trying to like insert these teleports in and out of CJ's house to overlap with the actual teleports that the game is trying to do for you. Because you're supposed to like get teleported to where the cutscene happens, and then you get teleported to the alleyway. And I'm trying to teleport to the house instead of where the cutscene happens, and then teleport to Grove Street instead of the alleyway. So this is all very precise timing. So I have to like sit through this cutscene until CJ puts the briefcase down, and that's when I skip the cutscene. And then immediately, you can't see it because of the thing. Immediately, I'm walking like backwards and right because I need to immediately leave the house or I won't stack the teleports correctly. So this is what this run is gonna be like. That was like, what was that? Like a 5-minute explanation for the first, 15 seconds of the speed run. we have watched 15 seconds. All right. So pack your fucking pack your snacks or whatever. Get your drinks ready. We're gonna be here for a while. All right. So we've got past the first 15 seconds. So I'm just gonna let it play out again. So keep in mind, I'm teleporting to Grove Street. All right. So here we go. So 1 elephant, 2 elephant, let go of the buttons, stop walking diagonally, start walking sideways. And then I walk up the little staircase in front of CJ's house. And right as I get to the door, I jump. And that delays me entering it just long enough to make this work. So now CJ is doing the walk into house animation right now. That's what he's doing. Oh yeah, I need to explain this. There's 2 different CJs. There is cutscene CJ, who is like a fake CJ. We don't care about him. He just does whatever the game tells him. We have no control over cutscene CJ. He's like a fake CJ. He doesn't matter. And then there's gameplay CJ, who is the real CJ and does what we want. They are 2 different CJs, right? So real CJ always exists. He's always somewhere. He never gets deleted. You lose control over him sometimes, and then they give it back to you. But he always exists. So while this shit is happening at the start, yeah, real CJ is doing things, even though cutscene CJ is doing something completely different. So real CJ is doing the walk into house animation right now. And then as soon as it's about to end, I skip the cutscene. And then the cutscene tries to put me somewhere else. But then the walk into house animation puts me inside CJ's house instead. And then, yeah, and then I do the same thing here and leave as the cutscene, as the teleport happens. And we get put into Grove Street. So yeah, that's what happens right at the start. This is obviously fast because the alternative to this is to spawn in the alleyway, and then I can either take the BMX and cycle all the way to Grove Street, or I can try to find like a police bike or a car or something and drive to Grove Street. But that's like slow, obviously. way faster if you just go straight to Grove Street and like the mission marker is literally like right here. This is what we want to do. We just teleport right here. It's like a free 20-second time save or something, right? Okay, right. So we've done it. We've done the first teleport. Now, the first mission of the run. Nothing too crazy here. This is just resource management. So this isn't going to make any sense right now, but for later in the run, I need tear gas, I need pistol, and I need $500 extra. Right, that's the or at least $500, around as close to $500 as I can get. That's the shopping list. Now we do the shopping list in this mission because during this mission we have friends on bikes who are with us, right? So we have these other guys here. These guys will trigger cutscenes if CJ and one of them is in a trigger for the cutscene. So I'm gonna skip ahead real quick, but right here, when we get to here, there's a cutscene trigger like here. It's like a big box or whatever. And if I don't know why I'm making it 3D, but we're doing that now. It's very pretty. I love it. There's a big trigger here, right? And the conditions to progress the mission are if Sweet is inside this box and if CJ is inside this box, then the cutscene will progress, or the mission will progress and start the cutscene. Is it a spear, actually? Is it a sphere? Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. So as soon as me and Sweet are here, this cutscene will play. I could, if I wanted, right at the start here, just cycle straight to... I could just do the small brain speedrun thing, right? And gotta go fast, and I could cycle all the way to where that cutscene happens immediately, right? But that wouldn't work because I'd just be sat there waiting for Sweet. And until he gets there, it won't progress. So the next logical strat from that is, okay, maybe we can make Sweet faster. And there are ways to make Sweet faster. You can push him and stuff like that. But what's actually more efficient is if you can only make him a little bit faster and it's really difficult. It's actually much more efficient if you just let him cycle, let him do his thing, don't disturb him, just let him go as fast as possible. Stay close enough to him that he doesn't get too far away and stops pedaling, because that can happen. You can get too far in front or too far behind, as long as you're not like close enough to him or stop cycling. But just stay close enough so that he cycles and just wait for him. And while we're doing that, we can collect things. So in San Andreas speedruns, the Big Smoke mission is often used as like a shopping list mission, because it's right at the start of the run. We can get stuff that we need through the rest of the run right now, and we don't lose that much time doing it because we're waiting for Sweet to fucking pedal his ass over the cutscene anyway. So we're gonna, while Sweet is pedaling, I'm looking for, I have a shopping list. I need a pistol. I forgot one earlier. I need to kill one of the voodoo drivers, because there's a ball of voodoo attacking you here, and it makes the cutscene faster if they're dead. So I want to kill the ballers. I need $500, and I need a police vehicle. I think that was the shopping list, right? So what we do is we cycle along this road, and while we're cycling, I try to stay like reasonably close to Sweet. Oh, tear gas. I forgot tear gas. Thank you. We stay reasonably close to Sweet, and we look for a police officer, because if I find a police officer, I can kill them, which will give me the gun. It'll also give me wanted stars, which will help me find police vehicles, and I could use the gun to kill the ballers with. So I found a police officer really early here. Normally this is not optimal, because what's going to happen is while I'm stood here fighting the police officer, Sweet is going to cycle all the way over here, and once he gets to like about this far away, he's going to stop. He's just going to stop moving, right? Ideally, what I would want to do is cycle like to the maximum distance away from Sweet, then fight the police officer and the baller and stuff, and then while I'm doing that, Sweet will cycle past me, but still stay in range. So that way Sweet never stops cycling, right? And we go faster. In an ideal world, that's what happens. But This run, I see an early police officer. I decide to just take it because sometimes you don't find a cop down this road and you just lose the run, right?
You in a hurry?
So I decide to fight the cop. Now, unfortunately, I missed running him over here. Ideally, you'd want to just run him over with the bike as you jump off of it, and that will kill him and it'll drop his gun and you'll get a wanted star and stuff. But unfortunately here I miss, so I have to resort to just punching him instead. I don't use just left click. If you look at my inputs down here, I'm actually using the like gym combat moves. Even though I haven't been to a gym yet, CJ actually knows some default gym combat moves. So I'm holding right click and I'm pressing F like this to like try to fight him like that. And in doing that, CJ will do this kicking animation on his second attack. So, whoops, that's bad. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to punch him once just while running to get his attention so he stops running away from me. That's just a default attack. Then I get in front of him. And then I do the hold right click and press F thing. CJ will do like one right jab. And if that right jab hits, then CJ will do like this kick like this. And if this kick hits an NPC on the front half of them, they'll fall over like this. So that's the quickest way to down someone, is like hold right click, stand in front of them, press F to get the right jab, and then CJ does the knockout kick. Once the NPC is on the ground, I could just stomp them like this, which kills them really quickly. This is like the fastest way to kill someone with melee. You obviously don't want to use melee very much at the speedrun because you'd rather just shoot people in the face, but I don't have a gun at this point, so it's the fastest way to do it. I mean, okay, the fastest way to do it is to run him over, but he dodged the bike, so yeah. So click, right click, successful hit, and then knock him over. Sometimes I like struggle to get the police officer to face me. Like if they're facing the other way, CJ's kick won't knock them over. So you have to face them, like face them in the front. Anyway, we kill this guy, and I get the pistol. I also get the nightstick, which is a little bit annoying, because the nightstick is going to cause some issues later on, but don't worry about that for now. But I get the pistol, which is what I want. Now it's time to kill these guys. So yeah, this is the baller's car, as I said. If I kill either the car or one of these guys that are in the car, the cutscene later on under the motorway will be much shorter, because it's the cutscene where Sweet goes, "Baller's car is onto us. Everybody split up," or something like that. And you see him cycling away and the baller's car chases him. And then Ryder says, "Keep up, motherfucker," or whatever. And then the cutscene stops, right? But by killing the voodoo like this, I skip that cutscene. So I'm just going to shoot one guy in the voodoo. Now that I've killed this guy in the voodoo, that cutscene's not going to happen. But the problem is, I only have 1 star right now. This is getting a little bit too deep because this only really happens in Big Smoke. But for reasons, I actually want 2 stars. 1 star will not spawn police vehicles. It just makes the current vehicles chase you. But 2 stars will spawn new police vehicles in. So because I only have 1 star here, I actually kill the second baller to try to increase my wanted level. And now I have 2 stars, do you see? Because I killed a cop and I killed 2 peds. Thankfully, there's also this here. This is exactly what we want to see. This is a police bike. The police bike is the best possible vehicle we could find in this situation. So I've killed those guys, got 2 stars, police bike spawns, and we take the bike. So, again, this has been a lot of talking, but to break it down, I've got a gun, I've killed the ballers, and I've got a police vehicle. And as a bonus, it's a bike, which is like a better vehicle for reasons I'll explain later, probably. So I've already completed a lot of the shopping list. There's only 2 things left, right? There's a tear gas and $500, and then we're done with the shopping list. So my priority right now is to catch up with Sweet. Do you see how we don't see Sweet and Ryder and Big Smoke in the distance? We don't see them. They're all the way down this road. And they're too far away, so they're not pedaling. Oh, I should also explain. You see the game? There's a blue square next to me. The game tells you need to use the BMX in this mission, but it lies. You do not need to use the BMX. It's lying to you. You could use whatever vehicle you want. it will just be like, it will just tell you to go back to the BMX, and it won't show you where Sweet and that lot is on the map, and it won't show you where to go. But I can figure that out for myself. So you just ignore that, and I take whatever vehicle I want. So yeah, my priority right now is to fucking catch up with Sweet, because he's too far away and he stopped pedaling. So now we just floor it, and here they are here. Let's see. Do you see how they're just sat here? They're not doing anything. They're just waiting for me to catch up before they start accelerating. Annoyingly, they also like backpedal a little bit at the start. But yeah, so these guys are going now. You see, I'm like waiting for them and stuff. So now they're going. I'm waiting for them to get close enough. What I want to do is this building here, this one that like runs like this here, it has like a big staircase here and some pillars. In between the two pillars and at the top of the staircase, there's tear gas right here. So I want to go pick up that tear gas, but I don't want to just like fly past these guys at 100 miles an hour and go straight over there. Because again, if I go like all the way over there and get the tear gas, I could be too far away from them, and then they stop pedaling, right? So I'm like babysitting them a little bit here and like making sure that they actually move. Because you see, Sweet was just sat there not moving. I'd make sure he's moving, he's not stuck, we're all good. So now I'm going to head over, and we're going to go up here, and I'm going to get the tear gas. Now, I want you at home to look out for how... Well, I guess I actually do use tear gas. I won't actually use the tear gas as a weapon this run, but I need this CJ to have tear gas for very complicated reasons later. Sorry. Right. So I'm going to get the tear gas here. I pick it up. Don't get cycled. Do I do the thing correctly? I do. Okay, so I'm doing a cool trick here. This is totally unnecessary and is just me flexing because I do a frame perfect trick here, or frame-ish perfect. It's difficult. Position and frame-ish perfect. Watch. I'm gonna just let what happens play out at full speed and see if you can catch it. Do you see that? Your video didn't lag. I teleported onto the bike. This is an animation cancel. I'm canceling the animation of getting onto the bike by throwing the tear gas and trying to get onto the bike on nearly the same frame. You throw the tear gas and like one frame later to try to get onto the bike, and you just like you just teleport onto it like this. But yeah, that completely unnecessary. I could just get on the bike like a normal person, but I'm just flexing because why not? Yeah, just because this is just a flex, I'm not gonna like explain it too hard. But I basically, when you press F to like get on a vehicle, if CJ was stood here, right, and I pressed F, CJ would like walk over to here and then get on the bike, right? This is two distinct phases. The initial phase of you pressing F is the pathfinding phase, where the game will try to like find the best path to the closest vehicle. Then it will compare all paths to the closest vehicles, and whichever one's the closest, it will pick that one, right? And then I'm doing this as a bit arse. And then once it's found a path, it will execute that path, and CJ will walk along it. And then once you get within like a certain position, so on this on a bike, there are 3 ways you can get on the bike. You can be stood here, roughly. You can be stood here, or you could be in front of it, and CJ does the jump kick onto the front of the bike like that. Those are the 3 ways to get on a bike. CJ, when you press F, will attempt to pathfind to like the closest one, like I said. He'll pathfind to it, and once he stands in one of these areas, then he'll actually do the getting on the bike animation. It's 2 different things. You have the pathfinding, and then you have the actually getting on the bike. Now, if you're already stood in one of these 3 spots, and you press F, CJ doesn't pathfind, he just gets on the fucking bike, right? He just gets in it. This is what we need to be to do this trick. I need to be within one of these 3 areas and then throw the tear gas and then press F 1 frame later. And if I'm within one of these 3 areas, I will teleport straight onto the bike. If I'm like stood like here or something, or like here too close, or like whatever, if I'm stood like not in one of these 3 areas, the trick won't work. So it's like a positionally precise and also frame-ish precise trick that I have to do. I don't have to. I did it for fun. Yeah, less than a 1 second time save, by the way. Yeah. Again, I'm just flexing. But it's a cool trick, and it is important for some categories. In any percent no AJS and in Definitive Edition, it actually matters that you do that. You need it for some tricks, but here it's just unnecessary. Anyway, this is me just driving bad, I think. What happened? I think I just got like... Oh, I got fucked by this police officer. This police officer spawns. I try to avoid it, but I can't. And then I get like jammed in this corner by this cop. Yeah, so all of that time save I just did, and then just got screwed by police anyway. The game, this is what I love about San Andreas and GTA. The game is still random. Like, stuff like this could just happen at any point, and you need to like figure out a way out of it as quick as fucking possible, right? And that's like some speedruns, like Super Mario Bros. Or Super Mario 64 or something. There's no randomness at all, to my knowledge. You just have to, if you could just copy what the task does and just press the buttons in exactly the same way every single time, you'll finish the game every single time. But GTA games don't work like that. You have to actually think on your feet and think on the fly and make decisions, and every run is different and stuff. And I find that much more interesting. Anyway, just little things like that. Right, okay, so you remember we have one thing left on our shopping list. You may notice I'm driving away from the usual route. Like Sweet and that lot are going to cycle down this road to the cutscene. And you may notice that I have driven the opposite direction and I am not going that way. Yeah, that's because we have one more thing on our shopping list. We have $500 I need to get. Now, there's a really fast way of getting $500. It's killing a drug dealer and picking up some of his money. The problem with that is that a drug dealer spawning is kind of random, and you don't really want to rely on that for runs. So there's a second way of getting $500, which is kind of slow, but it's what I've done here, and I'm going to do a stunt jump. So I come down here, get screwed by traffic again, and I just do this little stunt jump here. And when this stunt jump completes, I will be given $500. Whoa, crazy. Which will make it so I have enough money for the things I need to do. I do a little bit of a trick here to try to make this faster. So, again, not really supposed to be explaining stunt jumps in an 80% run, but basically there's a trigger that will start the jump, that if you hit it, the jump starts. And then there's a trigger that, like, if you land in it, will end the jump. The thing is, the trigger to land the jump for this is like a massive box that's like really tall and really big, and it looks like this. Basically, there's like a massive box here that's like, if you land in it, it'll count the jump. I have no idea why Rockstar made it so tall, because like it could just be like this high and it would be fine, because you know you're landing on the ground, but they didn't. They made it absolutely massive. So what this lets me do is, if I position the bike correctly, and you'll see that like right as I go off of this, I swerve to the right here. If I hit this pillar or this bridge like this, I just barely clip this pillar, it triggers the stunt jump early. And that's important because, as you will notice, the stunt jump is in slow motion. And slow motion is slow. We don't want to play in slow motion. We want to play in fast motion. Go, 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 speed run, right? So we just like, we want to cancel this stunt jump as quick as possible. So rather than jump all the way down and land cleanly on the ground, I try to hit this pillar or this wall just to end this quicker. Thankfully, I don't fall off the bike. It's a bit of an awkward landing though, but I do make it. Right, so we've now completed the shopping list. We have a gun, we killed the ballers, we have a police vehicle, and it's a bike. We have tear gas, we have $500. We have everything we need on the shopping list. Now it's time to go fast. So again, we watch this cutscene. Half of it is, or more than half of it is skipped, because I killed the baller car. Right, and here we go. So previously, we needed Sweet to get into the cutscene trigger for the final cutscene to happen. In this part, we actually need Ryder to get to Grove Street for the final cutscene to trigger. So I don't care about Sweet. I don't care about Big Smoke. I only care about Ryder right now. If anything, I want the other two to go slower so that they don't like get in front of Ryder and slow him down. Oh, I just remembered there is an optional thing on the shopping list. If possible, I would like to get rid of this police vehicle and find a fresh police vehicle. That's because when you go into this cutscene here, as soon as this cutscene starts, whatever vehicle that you're on in this cutscene will be marked as a mission vehicle. So previously, it was just CJ's personal vehicle, and it will like just act like a normal vehicle. But once you go into this cutscene, it now counts as a mission vehicle, and mission vehicles are special because the game marks them as like this vehicle can never despawn. Because imagine if you're just like playing the game and like, you know, the van in Life's a Beach despawns and then you fail the mission or whatever. That would be really stupid. So this vehicle can never despawn anymore, which sounds useful, but is actually counterproductive for what we want later.
Keep up, motherfucker.
So if possible, I would like to swap this police bike for a different police bike so that I can have a personal vehicle again and not a mission vehicle. So anyway, we're gonna push Ryder until I find a police vehicle. So I'm trying to like push him to make him go faster here, but it's a little awkward. Here's a police bike. This is where I swap. So yeah, we get a new police bike. Oh, I didn't teleport on. Oh, lame. I just got on the bike normally. What the fuck? All right, video's over. Go home. No. Yeah, so I got a fresh police bike. I'll explain why that's good in a minute. Now we have Ryder. This is me trying to push Ryder to the best of my ability. I am self-admittedly not very good at pushing Ryder or Sweet in this mission. Some people can push him really well. Oh, wow, we crashed as well. That's really annoying. Some people can push him really well and save a lot of time, but I'm like really bad at it. So I won't over-explain this, but basically you want to push him like push him so that he goes faster, but not push him so much that he spins out, because that can happen. So yeah, we're just waiting for him here. Give him a little pushy. Up this hill is particularly important, because he slows down a lot up the hill. But yeah, so we're just going to push him. I don't think anything too interesting happens here, so we can skip forwards a bit, save some time. Yeah, just lots of pushing, right? Right, so once we get to this point, Ryder is now close enough to Grove Street that if I go to Grove Street, he won't stop pedaling. So I can just leave him now because I have a few things I need to do in Grove Street. Mostly what I want to do is I want to store 2 police vehicles because I'm going to need the police vehicles later in the run. So this is our first vehicle that I'm storing. And again, if this was a mission vehicle, I wouldn't actually be able to store it in the garage. It wouldn't despawn, but it wouldn't get stored in the garage. And if I ever loaded a save, which I sometimes do for reasons, it would actually just despawn and I wouldn't be able to use it. So this being a personal vehicle means it will actually get stored in the garage. But I need 2 of these. So once I do this, I then go into Grove Street. And because I still have these 2 stars, I should be able to find another police vehicle. And lo and behold, there's like one right here, which is excellent. So I take this and I just store it. So now we got 2 police vehicles in the garage we're going to use for later. They're both personal vehicles. We're all good. And we finally have completed the first mission.
Out them motherfuckers, though. Showed them niggas who's gangster. Rider, nigga. So
Okay. So I just did a thing here as well. Not super important for this run, but I just recorded what we call a fast replay. So you'll notice that on my keyboard, I have the F1, 2, and 3 buttons visible in my layout. That's because F1, 2, and 3 are replay buttons. Replays are a feature in the PC version of the 3D GTA games, where you can like if you press F1, you'll play back the last 30-ish seconds of gameplay for you to watch. So if something cool happens, you can like watch it back. If you press F2, you'll record the last 30-ish seconds of gameplay to a file. It's called like GTA SA Rep 1 or something like that. I can't remember what the file's called, but it will record a file to your documents. And then if you press F3, whatever that file is, you'll replay it back as a replay. Now, this doesn't seem that useful on its own for speedrunning. Like, Josh, why do you care about watching gameplay that you just did back? Who cares? You're doing a speedrun. But the thing is, especially for the earlier 3D games, not so much for San Andreas, but a little bit, the replays are really, really, really fucking glitchy. You could do so much crap with them. If you like replay tech, I encourage you to watch like GTA 3 and Vice City, because you can do some really stupid things in there. But in San Andreas, it's limited to just making the game a little bit faster and spawning vehicles and stuff like that. But what we don't want to do is I don't want to just press F2 and record like a 30-second long replay, because watching a 30-second long replay, like, yeah, you can end it a little bit early, but not that early. Watching a replay that's really long is obviously quite slow. We don't want to do that. So what I want to do is record a fast replay. Basically, the replays will record the last 30-ish seconds of gameplay up until you lose control of CJ, and then they'll stop recording. So right now, you may notice I do not have control of CJ. We're in a cutscene. This is gameplay, CJ. This is not replay. This is not cutscene, CJ. This is real CJ. I don't have control of CJ right now. So if I were to then go here and like record a replay now, all the replay would record is between right now and when I last had control of CJ. So it would record like this much replay, right? Which is obviously useful for making a really short replay. So what we do is right here, you might not catch it because it is pretty quick. Let me try to rewind. Rewinding in MPV is a bit crap. Right here, it looks like I press it 1 frame early, actually. Maybe this replay doesn't work, but you can see I'm pressing F2 like right now. Down here, look. I'm trying to record a replay on the very first frame that I regain control of CJ, so that the replay is literally 1 frame long. It's not an invalid run, because I also would have recorded a backup replay. There's another opportunity to do it here. Right here, I just pressed F2, see? So I recorded a backup replay here. Because of the way speedruns work, using stuff that you have done from outside of the run is not allowed. So I can't just have like a perfect replay that I made 6 months ago and use that in this run, because that's making progress before the timer was started, which is not allowed, right? Because if you could do that, then I could just load a save that's about to beat end of the line, right? Which would be stupid. So we all agree that using progress from before the run is dumb. So you're not allowed to use replays that you recorded earlier. So I have to make sure I record a new replay. So yeah, I've attempted to record another replay. The reason I prefer to do it here is because this cutscene skip is player controlled. So I press space to skip this cutscene. You see, I think I missed it a little bit. Go back a bit. I press space to skip this cutscene. I choose when it happens. So because of that, what I can do is I can go space F2, like really quickly, space F2. And then that means that my replay is going to be really short because I controlled where the replay started. This other cutscene, I don't control when it ends. It's just whenever Ryder stops yapping is when it ends, right? It's, see, it just ends on its own. I'm not skipping it. I'm pressing space, but nothing happens. You see, it just ends on its own. So it's a bit harder to time a fast replay here, but it's better to try to record 2 replays, because if I don't record a replay accidentally at the start of the run, and then I play a replay, my run becomes illegal because I played a replay from, like, you know, the run before this. So I have to be very careful to actually record a replay. So I make a backup replay there, and then I try to overwrite it with like a YOLO replay now that would be faster. Like that. Anyway, so that's me recording a replay. They'll come up a little bit in the run. So then we go into CJ's house to progress the run. We have a little cutscene here, can't do anything about it. And then we go and we do Rider. Now, funny thing at the start of Rider, this is a classic speedrun strat, but before we get to that point, here comes the replay. So one of the uses of replays in this game is to skip fades. So when you press a replay button, the game will like fade to black really quickly and then fade out of black really fast to hide the replay starting. And it will be like a really quick fade out. But whenever you start a mission, there's a really long fade that happens that wastes a lot of time because you're waiting for it to like slowly fade to black and then slowly fade back out. What you could do is the exact same moment that you run into a marker, if I play a replay like this is me, this is the replay, look. This is the replay of me being in Grove Street. Look at that. It like loads in. Look at that. So I did record the Grove Street replay. Why can't you delete this replay file before you start the game? You can, but it's like a pain in the ass. You better to just. It's better to record. I want a backup replay anyway because if I press F3 and nothing happens, then that's bad. I want something to happen, right? So it doesn't really matter. It would just be extra busy work if I did that. Anyway, this is the one frame replay. Do you see this? This is like I'm skipping frames here. So this replay is like ludicrously short. And it just plays that and then nothing. Then we go back. And then there's this like fade that happens, you see? So when I press the replay button, it insta cuts to the replay, I think. So it's like, yeah, it's like there's like a 2-frame black screen fade that happens when I play the replay, which is like nothing, really fast. And then after the replay, there's like another like a few frames black fade. But the game can only play one fade at a time. So because I'm in the middle of this fade out, like it's fading from the replay back to gameplay, because I'm in the middle of this fade out, when I start the mission, it can't play the normal fade out that it wants to play. So the mission like starts way quicker. Like, where is it? This is the cutscene, look. You could just about make it out. It might be a bit dark for you, but this is inside Ryder's house. We're about to watch the cutscene. So that makes the mission start way faster by overlapping fades like this. So this is one of the uses of replays. Every time I'm about to start a mission, I'm going to play a replay to just make it load faster, basically. So I'm going to walk in and then bam, and then mission, and that's it. Like, I've already skipped every cutscene. I've already done everything. It's like so quick. It's like really fast. If you walk into the rider marker and just spam space bar, it's going to take you way longer to start it than what just happened. Okay, so that's the first use for replays. I'm going to do that a lot. Keep an eye out for it. This is a funny strat right here. So I've just started the mission. And now I'm going to immediately blow up Ryder's car. And then we're going to start the mission again. This is a very silly old strat that was found many years ago. Basically, there's a cutscene later on in this mission that teaches you about eating food and stuff. But if you've already played the mission once, it will let you skip that cutscene. Like, you don't have to watch. The game only wants you to watch that cutscene once because it's a really long, boring tutorial mission. So it tries to detect that, like, okay, the players already watched this cutscene. Let them skip it the second time if they want. And they do a really good job of making this work in lots of places throughout the whole rest of the game. It will actually make sure you watched the cutscene before letting you skip it the second time. But here they messed up. Here, the game only checks if you've started the mission. If you started the mission once, you're allowed to skip the cutscene. So basically what I do is we start the mission, we blow up Ryder's car. Oops, wrong button. We blow up Ryder's car like this, and then we immediately start the mission again. Now this looks slow, like I'm wasting time blowing up Ryder's car, but that is way faster than watching the tutorial cutscene. So we just do that quickly, and blow up Ryder's car, fail the mission, restart it, and now we can skip that cutscene. Yeah. So let's see. So now we're gonna go into Reese's hair studio. So now I want to like manipulate my money. Do you remember I said I wanted $500 at the start? Kind of a lie. I actually only needed like $100 extra or something like that. 200. I don't quite remember. but $500 is a nice flat amount, which means I know exactly how much money I have to spend to make my money correct for a trick later. So here, because I got $500 at the start, I'm at exactly $850. So now if I buy a $350 haircut, such as the cornrow or the Jerry curl right here, that was like way too quick. Oops. If I buy the Jerry curl, it's $350. I could also no, that's the only $350 haircut. Yeah, so I want to spend an exact amount of money to make my money exact. So by doing the stunt jump at the start and then getting here and buying the Jerry curl, I'll have exactly the right. Oh, and then buying a pizza, I'll have the exact right amount of money for what I want to do. So quickly buy a Jerry curl. Just get out of this cutscene. Blah 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 blah. We've all seen this cutscene a million times. So here's the cutscene I can skip. Did you see it? I skipped it. There's supposed to be a cutscene here, but we don't see it. And you're only allowed to skip that if you've failed the mission once. So we go inside the pizza place. I have exactly $500 now. And I'm going to spend exactly $2 here. And I'm going to go to exactly $498, which is exact perfect amount of money that I need. I'll explain why in a bit, but things are going to get a lot crazier before I get to explaining the money amount. Right, okay, so look both ways as you cross the road. Make sure Ryder doesn't get run over. All is well. That baller got in my way, annoyingly. And now we just failed past the mission. Nothing special happening here. I do try to teleport out of the car, but it doesn't happen. Doesn't really matter. Okay, cool. So, after all of this, it's now time for the first major glitch of the run. Up until now, I've been doing lots of minor glitches, things that would be allowed in like the no major glitches speedrun category. But we're about to do our first major glitch. This is going to take some explanation. So, if we go back here, if we go back, right here, a thing has happened to the game state that not a lot of people realize. It's time to explain on mission 0 and on mission. So right now, if you look at my minimap, this is going to be what we're going to learn in a second. If you look at my minimap, I have one marker, and it's the mission marker, right? What I don't have is I don't have, like, the other mission markers. I don't have, like, a big smoke mission. I don't have, like, the save icon for the safe house. We don't have, like, what else is there? There's loads of markers that appear, right? I don't have, like, the cloves marker and stuff. Maybe that doesn't appear right now anyway, because I haven't unlocked it, but I basically, I'm what we call, what's called in-game. I am on mission 1. The game has, like, this number called on mission flag. The game uses this number to track whether I'm on a mission or not. And it's a binary number, so it's either a 0 or it's a 1. Because it's on or off. It's binary. Right now, I am on mission 1, and the reason you can tell that is because I don't have other mission markers. I don't have other mission markers. I don't have safe houses. I'm missing loads of markers on my map, right? That's the easy way to tell whether I'm on a mission or not. I'm also obviously on a mission because, you know, I'm doing a mission right now. Makes a lot of sense. You know, how could this possibly ever go wrong? I'm doing a mission. Of course I'm on a mission, Josh. Why are you explaining this? But if you wait a little bit until, if we go to here, and now I've passed the mission. If you now look at the map, right, I have the S symbol for the next mission, and I have the save icon, right? And I'm in what people like to call free roam mode, right? I could do whatever I want. I can, like, go anywhere, do anything. You know, I'm a free spirit right now on mission. I'm on mission 0 right now. So when you're on mission 0, you can do whatever you want. You can start other missions. You can make saves, all that stuff, right? And the way the game is supposed to work is when you're doing a mission, you're on mission 1. when you're not doing a mission, you're on mission 0. There's a few other things that will do this. When you're listening to a phone call, when the phone call rings and you're listening to it, it makes you on mission 1 as well. Because they don't want you to start other missions while you're listening to a phone call because the voice lines would overlap and stuff. It'd be weird, right? What other things change the on mission state? Like side missions, like vigilante or paramedic, firefighter, taxi. All of those will set you to on mission 1 because they don't want you to like just start like the big smoke mission while you're doing taxi driver or something. There's a bunch of things that will use this, right? And the way it's supposed to work is you're supposed to either be 0 or 1. There is no 2. 2 doesn't exist. We're doing binary. It's over 0 or 1. But the thing is, over the years, we have found ways to break this system quite a lot. Oh yeah, the save marker changes your on mission state. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we've broken this quite a lot. So using what I've just taught you about look at the minimap and see if I'm on a mission or not. I am not on a mission right now, but now I am on a mission. Do you see? I'm on a mission, not on a mission. Very easy. How could this ever be complicated? Well, I'm just gonna let what happens play out a sec. So I'm gonna go into the safe house. I'm gonna make a save. This save is just for safety in case I fail the trick I'm about to do. I can like retry it because it's really short. I'll just try it again quickly. I don't know if I do this first try or not. We're about to find out. But I take my police bike from the garage, one of them, drive over to the marker, and what am I about to do here? Oh, that looked a little weird. Now I'll give it a few seconds, because oh yeah, this went really weird in my PB. I forgot about this. Yeah, this was weird. This is not a great example. But have a look at the map right now. Do you see something that's wrong, chat? Chat, tell me what's wrong in this situation. What has gone wrong with the game? Yeah, you see there's an S on the map, isn't there? There's an S and a save point and the food places on the map. But yet, I'm also on a mission. And look, here's the marker, look, right here. Something has gone horribly wrong. I'm clearly on a mission, but yet the game doesn't think I am. I have done what the community calls on mission 0 glitch, or a version of on mission 0. To be specific, I have done vigilante phone call on mission 0. So yeah, the game is confused, is the short answer. And just a heads up, if you don't like how technical this is about to get, because I'm about to explain like, you know, programmy things. If you don't like how technical this is about to get, it's only going to get way worse. Way worse. So this is like the least technical big glitch of the run. It's about to get way worse. Yeah, just switch off now. Yeah, just skip to the end or whatever you want to do. So what happened here was that annoyingly, I did a very bad job of it here. I did a kind of weird example version that I've never done before. I didn't quite do this correctly. But what I've done is I have smashed 2 on-mission changes together. So do you remember at the start of the run where I teleported to Grove Street? And the way I did that was like the game wanted to teleport me, but I overwrote it with a different teleport that then teleport me somewhere else. And then the game wanted to teleport me again, and then I overwrote it with a different teleport. Or remember when I started the Rider mission and the game wants to play a fade to like fade smoothly into the mission, but I overwrote the fade with a different fade. I used the replay to play a shorter fade instead. So I'm like forcing the game to do a shorter replay instead of the one it wants to do. This is a very similar thing that I'm doing here. I'm basically I'm using 2 different things to manipulate the on mission variable at the same time very quickly. So remember that thing I explained where it's like, if I'm on a mission, it sets it to 1, and if I'm not on a mission, it sets it to 0. What actually happens is that every single mission in the game has like a start script where it will set up like a bunch of things, and it has like an end script where it will like remove all the things. So when you start Big Smoke, for example, it will spawn the character, Big Smoke. It will spawn his car. it will spawn like Caesar and sorry, not Caesar, Sweet and Ryder and that lot. It will spawn the voodoo car and all that stuff, and it will remember that and it will keep them going. But if that's all in the start section of the code. But if you oh shit, I don't want to press that. But if you fail the mission, right? If you fail the mission, what happens to all those things? If I die in Big Smoke, like if I die in the first mission, the Big Smoke mission, oh yeah, Stort, sorry. Then Sweet, CJ, Caesar, Sweet, Ryder, Big Smoke, the Ballers, they all don't just stay around, do they? Like the game spawned all these things in, but those things don't just stay there if you fail the mission. The game deletes them all. The game like unloads the mission, deletes everything it spawned, and lets you go back to normal. It doesn't really make much sense. You don't really notice when you're playing this, but if you like play the mission and you like fail it or something, everything just disappears around you and like peds like turn into like normal peds or whatever it is. It's like very silly. Like if you have all the Grove Street gang with you and you kill one of them, the other ones will just vanish from existence, right? What happens is the game is running the ending script for the mission. So at the start, the game will set up a bunch of things, like it will spawn Big Smoke, it will spawn Sweet, all that stuff. And it will remember it and stuff. When you fail the mission, it removes all those things. It will delete Big Smoke, right? And it will delete Sweet, and it deletes everything. It tries to undo everything that it changed. Yeah, this is the cleanup script. It tries to undo everything that it did for the mission, right? Because you can't just have like, imagine if it didn't do this. You'd start Big Smoke, it would spawn Big Smoke and everything else. Then you'd fail the mission. You'd start the mission again. It would spawn another Big Smoke and Sweet and everything. And you could just like pile them up and have like hundreds of Big Smokes walking around and crash your PS2 because there's too much stuff. Remember, this is a PS2 game. So the game always tries to keep track of everything that it spawns, and then it tries to delete it at the end. This is like C++ memory management stuff, right? Another thing that it does whenever a mission starts is that it sets on mission, which I'm going to say is OM. Oh, that's terrible. When you start the mission, it sets on mission to 1, right? When you start the mission, it sets on mission to 1. It will set on mission to 1, and then when the mission ends, it will set on mission back to 0. Because if it doesn't do that, then how do you start other missions? Imagine if you started a mission and then you failed it and the mission deleted itself, but then you weren't allowed to start other missions. You'd be stuck. You wouldn't be able to play the game, right? So whenever a mission ends or cleans up itself or whatever, it tries to set on mission to 0. Now, think about what this actually means. It's not... It's indiscriminately setting on mission to 0. It doesn't care what on mission is. Again, it can't go to 2, like it's a 1 or a 0. When the mission starts, it doesn't like add 1. It doesn't like add 1 to on mission, right? There is no 2. Like if on mission was already 1, we don't go to on mission 2. That doesn't make any sense. It's already on 1 or 0. So when you start the mission, it just makes like on mission equals 1, no matter what. On mission could be anything. Doesn't matter. We make it 1, right? The same applies for when the mission ends. When the mission ends, we make it 0. We don't care what it is. We're not doing maths to the number. It just becomes 0. It must become 0. Yeah, it toggles it like a switch, like a light switch. Sure, yeah. Like the light switch in your room. There are only 2 states your light switch could be in, on or off. There is no like super on. You can't like turn your light switch on and then turn it on again so that if you turn it off once, it will stay on. Like it doesn't, that's not how that works, right? It's either on or off. So if you're like, the smart people listening, or not smart, that's rude, but the computer science people among you may be able to see where I'm going with this, is that we are indiscriminately setting on mission to 1 and 0 no matter what happens, right? So let's ask ourselves, what were to happen if we were to start 2 missions at the same time? What if we started 2? Like, we can't just, like, start 1 mission, because that will set on mission to 1, and then when we try to start the other one, it makes sure that we're not on mission 1, because if we are, we can't start it, right? Like, if I just walk into this marker right now, I can't start Vigilante, because I'm only allowed to start it when I'm on mission 0, right? But what happens if we were to change both of them on the same frame? What if we started 2 different missions on exactly the same frame? On mission hasn't changed yet. So we get into a weird situation, right? Yeah. The first mission, let's say this is the first mission and this is the second mission. The first mission will set on mission to 1, right? But then the second mission will just set on mission to 1 again, right? Because again, we can't go to 2. There is no 2. It doesn't add 1 to the number. It just makes it 1. What has occurred here is data loss. We have lost information, right? The mission has attempted to alter data, but it is in fact not altered data at all. Data has been lost. We have changed the knowledge state of the game or something. I don't quite understand what I'm trying to say with this, but data has been lost here, right? We haven't updated it. Now, this is fine in itself because, like, okay, we're just on 2 missions at the same time. For reasons, that is really bad and can crash the game really easily. If I were to somehow start, like, this mission and Vigilante at the same time, the game would instantly crash for very complicated technical reasons, which we are going to get in later because we have to. But right now, it doesn't matter. If we side both missions at the same time, we on mission twice. Now, what's the next part of what I've explained to you, chat? The next part is, what happens if we end one of the missions? Let's say mission 1 on the left here. Let's say we ended it. What happens to on mission? It doesn't go from 2 to 1. No, it goes to 0, doesn't it? On mission becomes 0. Now, imagine a scenario where we just don't end the second mission. We start 2 mission altering things at the same time, right? And we end only the first one, and we don't end the second one. Well, if you did that, you would be on a mission, but you'd also be on mission 0, right? On mission does what? Yeah. This is the entire crutch of what on mission 0 glitch is in San Andreas. The on mission 0 glitch, this is like the cornerstone glitch of the entire speedrun. Like, everything that we do that's like a massive glitch in San Andreas is only possible because of on mission 0 manipulation. So I haven't explained what I've done here yet. You know it involves me starting 2 missions at the same time. But basically, by doing this, we can do so much fucked up stuff. Like, okay, Josh, you're on a mission, but the game doesn't actually think you are. So what? Who cares? You'll see. You'll see. Anyway, to actually explain to you what's happening here, is that I'm tricking the game into, starting 2 mission-changing things at the same time. So what I'm combining here, I said it earlier, I'm doing Vigilante phone call on mission 0. So I am combining Vigilante, which is our first mission, and then I'm phone call, which is for reasons and for the sake of this explanation, the phone call is our second mission. I am combining these 2 things at the same time. I am starting Vigilante and the phone call at the same time so that they both don't get a chance to check whether I'm on mission 0 correctly. So they both just set on mission to 1. And then I'm ending Vigilante so that on mission becomes 0. And then I don't end the phone call. The phone call keeps ringing. So because of that, I now have what we call a on mission 0 phone call. I have a phone call that's ringing and I can do things with it, but I'm not on a mission, which is not a state the game should be in. The phone, whenever the phone rings, it sets on mission to 1. But importantly, whenever the phone call ends, it sets on mission to 0, right? Remember this corner here. Whenever the phone call ends, it will set the on mission to 0. It doesn't care what on mission is when it happens. On mission will become 0, right? So to break this down really carefully or slowly, I fuck this up annoyingly. I'm supposed to do it here, but I did an annoying glitch that makes the bike shoot forwards, but we won't worry about that for a second. So don't worry that I'm stood like directly in the marker. That's not how this is supposed to work. But what happens is I'm holding right now, down here you can see it, I'm holding middle mouse button. Middle mouse button is my start vigilante button. And because of reasons, vigilante will only start when I let go of the button. It doesn't start when I press it. It only starts when I let go. So I'm preemptively holding, or buffering if you'd prefer. I'm buffering the vigilante start. As soon as I let go of this button, vigilante will start, right? So I'm holding vigilante here, and I'm waiting until the exact frame that CJ is 1 frame away from being off of the bike. So while CJ is doing this getting off the bike animation, he still counts as on the bike, technically. It's only like once he fully stands up properly, like this, and you could walk around, now CJ is off of the bike. And because of like reasons, don't have to worry about it, but because of reasons, if you start to vigilante the exact same frame that you get off of the bike, vigilante will start, and then 1 frame later, it will immediately end. So what I'm doing is I've set up a thing all the way from back here. So we now need to explain phone calls as well. So that's how the vigilante bit's working. Phone calls, for the sake of this run, phone calls will always take 20 seconds to ring. But know that that isn't always how it works, and it changes. But every 20 seconds of you being on mission 0, the phone call will ring. That's how it works. So right here, I have just become on mission 0, and I have a phone call in my queue. The game is trying to ring me to tell me to like go to Sweet's house or whatever. I don't actually remember what the phone call is about. But there's a phone call that's trying to ring right now to tell me about a thing. And it will ring every 20 seconds. So what I do is as soon as this mission passes, I look up here at the top right and I say this number out loud. So if you've ever watched my speedruns and you're like, why is Josh saying random numbers? I'm reading this number. So as soon as I spawn in, I would say to myself, 27. I sometimes say it out loud. I sometimes just read it in my head. 27 is what I would say. I would spawn and go 27. The reason I'm doing that is to help me remember what the time was when I became on mission 0 like this. Because I know that in exactly 20 seconds, the phone's going to ring, which is 47, right? So if we look here, I'm on when we get to 47, we're now 47 in game. The phone call can now ring, right? Because of that, the phone call's going to ring as soon as I'm on foot. The phone call can't ring right now because I'm in a vehicle. But if I was to just hop out of this vehicle, the frame that I land on foot, the phone call's going to go ring, ring, right, and start ringing. Now, think about what that means, right? The frame I become on foot, the phone call is going to ring. If I were to start a mission right now, so if I started Vigilante right now, the phone call would get cancelled and wouldn't happen. And then as soon as I end Vigilante, the phone call would add 20 seconds to the time that we're at immediately. So I can't start Vigilante right now, otherwise the phone call is going to wait 20 extra seconds before he rings, right? Before it rings, I read chat. Before it rings. So again, if you're thinking about what I've said, you can put these two things together. I am going to start Vigilante on the very last frame that I am on the police bike, right? Sorry, I'm going to start Vigilante the very frame I become on foot, right? And the very first frame I become on foot, the phone call is going to ring, because I know that because it started counting 20 seconds at 27, and it's due to come in now. So what happens here is I get off of the bike like this, and I'm looking, and again, I'm doing this in real time. I'm looking for the exact frame. It's, wait for it, it's this one here, this frame right here. When CJ has both his feet together, he's not shuffling his leg anymore. Again, if I play this real time, you can see how quick this is, right? I'm looking for the exact frame that CJ is stood fully on foot like this. The instant I see this frame happening, I let go of middle mouse button, right? I let go of middle mouse, and now we start Vigilante, but then the very next, and you can see, look at this, I've started Vigilante. What happens when I start Vigilante? Hey, look at the minimap. I start Vigilante, now we're on mission 1. Do you see this? And then for some reason it takes like 1 frame for the marker to despawn. I don't know why, but this marker takes an extra frame. So I've started Vigilante, but for reasons, because if you start Vigilante the same frame you go on foot, it instantly ends Vigilante. Your time as a law enforcement enforcer is over, right? Yeah, I know I'm going over a lot of reasons here. Just trust me, I'm trying to streamline this as much as possible. And hey, look what happened. The mission ended, right? Because time as law enforcement is over. And I was stood in the marker for the mission. So when the mission ended, it made on mission 0, didn't it? And because I'm on mission 0 and stood in this marker right here, I'm on mission 0 and stood in this marker. So what does the game do? It starts the mission. So if we look here, Vigilante ends and the mission starts. It actually happens 1 frame earlier, but it takes 1 frame for it to display text on the screen. So just trust my word for it. It's this frame here, not this one. It's this one. That's all well and good. And if you just drove a police bike over here and stood here and then ended Vigilante, the mission would just end like normal, and that's all well and that would just work. But do you hear that sound? I've broken something. The phone is ringing. That shouldn't happen, should it? So what's happened was we've got 3 missions that are here. We've got not Widgie. We've got Vigilante. We've got the phone call. And we've got whatever this mission is called. I'm just going to say mission. Right? So what happened was I started Vigilante and the phone call at exactly the same time. The very next frame, Vigilante has ended, right? But the phone call is still ringing, but the mission starts like this. The mission can start because I'm on mission 0. And now we're just on the mission. But the thing is, we still have this phone call, right? The phone call keeps ringing. I start the mission, the phone call rings, and do you see the phone call is ringing right now? If you look at my map, I'm on mission 1 like I should be, but the phone's ringing. So I cancel the phone ringing by getting in the car like this. When you try to get into a vehicle, it cancels the phone call. And as soon as that happens, I go on mission 0 because the phone call ended. The phone call started. It started and it set on mission to 1. And then the phone call ended, so it indiscriminately sets on mission to 0. Right? It doesn't care what it is. It doesn't care what's happening. The phone call ended, therefore make on mission 0. So even though I'm actually on a mission, because the phone call ended, I'm on mission 0. So we're gonna watch this back at full time, right?
Better drop by and see Sweet. He's been yapping on about that.
Super simple. Why not explain it every time someone asks? Yeah. So 27. Sorry, I'm gonna watch it back at full speed. 27 is when the phone call. 47 is when the phone call is gonna ring, right? So again, I go make a save here. This is just because if I haven't explained it. This trick is a 1 in 3 chance frame perfect trick. For reasons I'm not going to explain, this trick only works 1/3 of the time. It's just to do with how often phone calls ring, but this only works 1/3 of the time. So I actually get lucky here, and I get the 1 in 3, and I frame perfect it. So here's everything in full time. Ready? There you go. That was it. So all of the stuff I just explained happened in like an instant there, and like I have now completely broken the game. Like, if I wanted to, I could do so many things right now. If I wanted to, I could start Vigilante because I have a police bike in my garage. I could start Vigilante, and the game would instantly crash. Right? I could just kill the game instantly and crash it because you can't start Vigilante and another mission at the same time. I could make a save, right? I could go make a save right now, and that save file would be corrupted because you can't save while you're on a mission in the OG version of the game. So if I'd saved and tried to load that save, the game would crash every single time I tried to load that save, right? I could go start paramedic. I could start firefighter. I could do a bunch of things, right? And the game is probably just going to crash. I could also do another thing. I could start the mission a second time. I could walk back into the S marker and I could start the mission a second time. That's what we call duping. Do I actually dupe anything in this run? Well, I kind of dupe Running Dog, I guess. Yeah, there is one dupe in this whole run. It's Running Dog. Okay. But yeah, that's what we call duping. And that's the main glitch that you use in like any % no AJS speedruns or speedruns that don't skip to the end of the game or whatever. That's the main glitch you use is duping, which I'm not going to bother explaining now. But there's a bunch of things I could do. There are so many unbelievably broken things I could do. I could answer phone calls in cutscenes. Phone calls, again, when a phone call starts, it does a bunch of things. It loads the sound effect. It plays the sound effect. And if you answer the phone call, right, CJ will do the animation of answering the phone call. Right? If you answer the phone call, CJ will pick it out of his pocket and go like this and answer it. And while he's doing that, you can't use weapons or anything, right? That's because you have like a CJ control state. I never really talk about this, but you have like a CJ control state, which determines how much control you have over CJ. And this could be like a 1 or a 2 or a 3 or 4 or 5, whatever. I don't know the exact numbers. But basically, there's lots of different ways you can have control over CJ. Let's say like, 0, sorry. Let's say like 0 is like full control. Like if you're control state 0, you can control everything. You can get into cars, you can jump, you can fire weapons, you can start missions, you can do whatever you want if you're control state 0, right? Control state 1 could be like you have no control. If you're in control state 1, all your buttons don't do anything. Say like when you're in a cutscene, for example, like this cutscene right here. This cutscene right here, I cannot control CJ, right? If I would try to walk, CJ wouldn't move. I can't do anything. I can't change weapons. I can't jump. I can't crouch. There's nothing I can do. I have no control over CJ right now, right? So this like this is like control state 1, and you're not allowed to control CJ at all. And there's like a bunch of these different ones. But let's say control state 2 is you're answering the phone call. If you're in control state 2, you can walk around, right? When you answer the phone call in San Andreas, CJ picks up the phone and he goes, hello. And then you're like, you could like walk around while you're on the phone, right? You could do whatever you want, but you can't attack or use weapons or anything. That's control state 2. You can walk, but you can't shoot. You can't jump. You can't enter vehicles, stuff like that, right? But this, again, just like on mission 0, when the phone call ends, right, it just makes your control state 0. When the phone call ends, it gives you full control over CJ. You can do whatever the fuck you want, right? So later on here, I do a thing where we're jumping ahead a bit, but because of this, I do a thing where I'm holding a phone call right now. When I let go of tab as 4, sorry, the phone call's going to answer. I start this cutscene. So right now, CJ control state is like 1. I have no control over CJ, right? I have no control. But then I let go of the phone call, which ends it because I'm in a vehicle. Don't worry about it. So then the phone call gives me control state 1, a 0. So now I have full control over CJ. So you can see in this cutscene, I can now just move. Look, I'm just moving around. Like, you can't do that. That's illegal. This is a massive glitch that I've done where I now have arbitrary control of CJ whenever I want, just by releasing a phone call. This is like one of the ramifications of being on mission 0. Because I can answer phone calls in the mission, I can now break every single cutscene in the game. There is no cutscene safe from my phone call answering, right? I can do whatever the fuck I want. So that's how I gain control of CJ in cutscenes, right? Again, this is just a ramification of on mission 0. But anyway, I'm jumping ahead of myself. Cinematic cutscenes are safe. No, I have control of CJ during those. I can control CJ during cinematic cutscenes, right? I just can't see what I'm doing. I have control of real CJ, not cutscene CJ. Again, cutscene CJ, like I said, again, in the beginning of the game, where is it? This CJ, this is the fake CJ. This isn't a real CJ. I can't gain control over him. I can't do anything. This CJ is a lie. He's a paid actor or whatever. He's not real, right? But real CJ still exists. He's just somewhere in the world, just living his life while the cutscene happens. Right. Anyway, sorry, I'm jumping about a lot. This is a very difficult thing to explain. I am well aware that we are 5 minutes into this 40-minute speedrun, and I don't know how long this video is, but it's quite long. It's a lot to explain. I'm really sorry, but it's just how this is. So, we're back to here. I do a frame perfect 1 in 3 chance trick on the first try. We then I get a bit confused because the phone call's ringing here. This started in a really weird way I've never seen before, but I'm a bit confused. But we now have started tagging up turf, and we're on mission 0. Okay, so like, okay, cool, Josh. Why have we started tagging up turf on mission 0? Like, we've done all this crazy shit to achieve this, right? Why? What are we doing here? What's the purpose? This is like one of the most important glitches of the whole run. We're gonna do something absolutely insane. Yeah, we are going to. So remember when I said that if I'm on a mission and I start a different mission, like if I start paramedic or vigilante, or like, I don't know, like if there was another like mainline mission I could start, like if I started wrong side of the tracks or something, if I did anything like that, the game would crash, right? Remember when I said that? That's actually a lie. 99% of the time, the game will crash. 1% of the time, something random, something seemingly random will happen. But it's extremely precise. But most of the time, you're just going to instantly crash the game. And if you've watched me do speedruns of this, and you've seen me crash the game like a million times here, that's because the game is like supposed to crash here. It's just like if I funnel myself through these 1% scenarios, I can get through the game crash and make something else happen. This is where it's gonna get really confusing. So before we continue, I have to explain how missions load, right? So imagine I'm actually just gonna imagine you have how do we want to do this, chat? How do I want to explain a mission has two parts to it, right? In the game's memory. The way Voffle does it, I don't know what that is. Reading a book? Yeah, reading a book kind of works. But I guess I'll use the reading the book example. So when you start a mission, right, the game picks up a book off of the bookshelf, and this book is called Tagging Up Turf, right? So if we start this mission, the game grabs a book called Tagging Up Turf, and it opens the book and it starts reading the pages, right? And it's like chapter 1 of Tagging Up Turf. Set on mission to 1. Load suite, right? Erase all the tags, stuff like that, right? It's going to this is the mission script, right? Every mission has like a bunch of instructions that come along with it that tell the game what to do when you start that mission. So the game will find the mission script and it will load it and it will just execute it. It'll just do whatever it says. Remember the game isn't sentient. It's a computer program. It will do whatever the fuck you tell it to do. But if you tell it to do something that it can't do, it will just crash, right? Because if you tell it to do something it can't do, it will try to do it anyway and then crash. Because it doesn't know whether it could do it or not. It just tries to. So when we load Tagging Up Turf, we open the book to chapter 1. I need like a book. We open the book to chapter 1, right? There's a bug in my book. Get out of here. We open the book to chapter 1 and then we start reading, right? We're like, yes, chapter 1. Yes, set on mission to 1. Take control away from the player. Make the player like walk towards the house as we fade the screen to black. Load this cutscene. Then play the cutscene. Then spawn the player outside and spawn the suite outside and make Sweet get into the car and spawn the car. Make Sweet get into the car. Spawn the player near it. Then we wait until the player. Then wait until the player gets into the car. Then when the player gets into the car, play this like right on the screen. Drive with Sweet to Idlewood and make this square appear. And then wait until the player gets to that square. And then when they get to the square, do that, right? This is the mission script. It's like how the missions work. It's how everything works. And the game is just reading the instructions. It just starts from the fucking start and just goes down them all and reads them, right? The reason starting two different things at the same time crashes the game is because the game only has enough memory to store one mission book at a time. The game's a PlayStation 2 game. How much RAM does a PlayStation 2 have, right? It's like fucking megabytes or something, right? It's like nothing. The game can't store every single mission in memory at the same time. It only wants to like load one mission at once. They're like 32 megabytes or something, right? Let's say a mission is like what? Like 1 megabyte, right? You can't load like all the missions at the same time. So the game can only remember one mission at once. It's like, okay, this is the mission book that we're doing. I'm not shilling Jason Tries, but it's the only book I have to hand. This is the book that wait, I can take the cover off, right? That'll work. Yeah, that's better. Oh, there's another bug in my... Oh, what the fuck? There's chocolate in my book. Who got chocolate on my book? What the fuck? Must have been me. Anyway, empty book. That's better. The game loads the book and it remembers this book and it puts this book in the spot in memory where it puts all the missions, and it's like, okay, you live here now, Mr. Mission in memory, between like address 6020 and 8012 or something. You know, you live here now. And whenever the game does a frame and it's like, okay, I've got to this part, time to update the mission, it takes the book off the shelf, it finds where in the book it was, and it keeps reading, and it does a little bit, and it puts the book back, and then it does the rest of the game, like the physics and the collisions, and those are the same thing. The sound, the graphics, the player input, it will do all of that stuff, and then the next frame, it will go, okay, better read that book again, take the book down and read it, right? But it can only remember one book at a time. The reason, if you start two different missions at the same time, the reason the game crashes is because it's trying to... It can only remember one book at a time, but it knows it's trying to do two different missions at once. So say like tagging up turf. We say we've spawned in tagging up turf, and now we're driving to this marker. Let's say this part of the mission is chapter 6. So we go to chapter 6 on tagging up turf. Ah yes, it says spawn marker over by Big Smoke's house. Wipe all the tags, right drive with Sweet to Idlewood on the screen. Check to see if the player is in the car. If they leave the car, put the little blue marker on top of the car, right? Let's say we're at chapter 6 on this book, right? And it's reading it from where it is. If I start Vigilante right now, right? When Vigilante starts, it loads a new book. So we chuck this book away, right? And then... And then, because Vigilante's a way smaller mission, it's a way smaller book, right? And then it puts Vigilante on the bookshelf where the missions go, right? Because when you start the mission, it has to load the new mission. It loads the new book. So it puts the different book on the bookshelf, and the game's like, okay, this is the mission we're running, right? And then it starts Vigilante. Like, okay, yeah, Vigilante. Okay, well, I haven't started Vigilante yet, so we better go to like chapter 1. Okay, chapter 1, Vigilante. Yeah, mark the mission as a mission vehicle, make the tires bulletproof, spawn an enemy, put a square where the enemy is on the minimap so the player knows where it is, tell the player that they need to go kill it, right on the screen, like the timer says like 5 minutes, and you know, their score is 0, the level is 1, all that stuff, right? And it will start reading that. The problem is, the game still remembers that it's also doing tagging up turf. So the very next frame, or the same frame or whatever, the game's going to go, oh yeah, I was doing tagging up turf. Where was I in tagging up turf? Right, I was on chapter 6 tagging up turf. Chapter 6, line 12 on tagging up turf. Let's go see what it tells me to do. And it pulls the Vigilante book out of the bookshelf, and it goes to where chapter 6, line 1 should be. And hey, look at that. Those aren't words. What happened to chapter 6, line 12? And then the game crashes, right? Right? It reads something that doesn't make any sense, and then it goes, okay, I'll try to do a black pixel, a little pink pixel, a green pixel, and then it crashes because those aren't instructions, right? That's not telling it what to do. It's like some random gobbledygook. But it's even worse than that, because it's like what it isn't remembering like chapters and lines. It's remembering precise positions in memory. So it's like, it remembers that it's like, okay, it's on page 16. We're on line 12. We're on letter 6. We're on letter 6 of line 12. What's letter 6? It's a D. Okay, what's the next letter? It's an A. The next letter, an I, and then an L, and then a Y, and then a space. Okay, a space. That must have meant it was a word. What does that word say? Daily. That's a word. We can continue. And it will continue, right? It'll work like that. When it tries to read from the Vigilante book, it will be like, okay, so I'm on chapter 6. Oh, sorry, I'm on page 16. I'm on line, what did I say? Like line 6 or something. Letter 6. Okay, what's line 6, letter 6? It's a comma. Okay, what's after that? It's a space. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. And then it crashes, right? Or like, it will read like, It's an O, a D, an N, a D, and a comma. Oh, a space. Right, so that's a word. Try to do what it says. That's not a word, and then it explodes, right? That's what happens. That's why the game instantly crashes when you start Vigilante and a mission at the same time. You're taking what the game remembers the mission is supposed to be, right? You're throwing it away and you're replacing it with something completely different. And like, yeah, like there are fucking English words in this book, but it's not going to read it the same way because it remembers exactly precisely where it was in the previous book, and they don't line up and it breaks, right? So that's what happens. That's what happens when you start a mission and you start Vigilante and the game crashes. For the any percent no AJS enjoyers, when you start the mission again, think about what that means if you start the mission twice. You put the book on the shelf, right? And you're like, okay, we'll go to like, start chapter 1 or blah, blah, blah. And then you start the mission again. We take the book away and we put the same book back. The game's fine. It keeps working. It remembers where it is. It's a little bit more difficult than that because it resets where it is. It's like, oh yeah, we just started tagging up turf, so I better go back to chapter 1. It'll reset both copies. It just starts reading 2 copies of the book at once instead of 1 copy, right? But it will reset both of them because of the same mission. So if you do that, if you dupe the mission, most of the time it works. Sometimes it doesn't work because of exactly how the mission is programmed. There are some missions that if you try to dupe, the game's going to crash. But this is getting a little bit side topicy. We don't need to know this, but basically that doesn't always work. But sometimes you can like load 2 of the same mission and it's fine, right? It doesn't reset. Actually, it's close enough for this explanation to make sense. Now, if you were following along with what I said, right? You have a book on the shelf, right? And you read it, and then you remember exactly where you are, and you take it away, and you put a different book there, and it doesn't make any sense. And the game crashes. Remember when I said that? Do you remember when I said 99% of the time, right? If you start a mission and then a different mission, the game will crash. What do you think happens the 1% of the time, chat? What do you think is happening with the books the 1% of the time this actually works? The 1% of the time this actually works, chapter 12, line 16, like letter 6 of Tagging Up Turf, when we load a different book, by sheer luck, complete dumb, absolute stupid luck, we tested it obviously and found it, but by sheer luck, maybe chapter 12, line 16, character 6 of, say, pimping, for example, that's actually a word. That actually is a word, and we can do it, and we can keep reading, and they are all words, and it still works. The 1% of the time is when these 2 different books that we load over each other at the exact right point in the book, they actually line up and things work. That is why you get completely random things. So, like, for the no AJS enjoyers, remember when I buy the airstrip in the middle of a Catalina mission. I start the Catalina mission, I fail the Catalina mission, and buy the property at the same time. That's because the chapter for that Catalina mission that says what to do if the player fails the mission for getting too far away, it just so happens that that exact point in that book lines up with the buy that random property in Badlands book. Those 2 books line up. But the thing is, it reads the property book in the wrong place because it remembers where it was in the Catalina book, so it jumps ahead in the property buy book, reads it from the wrong place, but it just happens to exactly land on the buy the airstrip part. It starts reading from where it was in the Catalina book, but it just so happens it reads like buy airstrip part. And we just read that bit and we just buy the airstrip instead. That's what happens there. It is astronomically unlikely that these things line up, right? Because again, we're not dealing with pages and chapters and lines and words. We're dealing with like precise memory addresses, right? Like it's like memory address, like offset, like 2627 like byte, right? You could go like 1 byte forwards and land in the middle of an instruction and the game crashes, right? It's like absolutely insane how this lines up. Anyway, that's how things like that work. When you combine 2 different missions and the game doesn't crash, 99% of the time, it will insta-crash because you fucked up and the book doesn't make any sense. Now that we've got all that, we could play the video again. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to play Tagging Up Turf until an exact point. I want to go to like chapter 4 on Tagging Up Turf and no further. I need to go to exactly chapter 4 in Tagging Up Turf. And then if I start pimping in the middle of chapter 4 Tagging Up Turf, and then if I end pimping and try to skip the cutscene at the exact right time, the game reads the book legally and it actually makes sense and it does the 1% and it does something completely random. Not random in the sense it'll be different every time, but random as in like it doesn't make any sense what it's doing, right? So you can see what I've done here is I've driven to this point. So we're in chapter 3 of Tagging Up Turf right now. And if I go into this cutscene, chapter 4 is going to start, right? So I don't want to start chapter 4 yet. So what I do is I hold this phone call. Do you remember when I was on mission 0? I need to be on mission 0 so I can both gain control of CJ in the cutscene and be able to start pimping while I'm already on a mission. So we're in chapter 4. We're in chapter 3. We're out of chapter 4. I then steal a car. I'm holding the phone call. But we don't need to worry about phone call holding right now. And I go over to the Pimpmobile, or the Broadway, or whatever you want to call it. And now, I'm on mission 1 right now. But that's because I'm holding this phone call. As soon as I let go of this phone call, I'll go on mission 0 again, and I'll be able to start pimping. But now I have to try to set up starting pimping at exactly chapter 4 of Tagging Up Turf. So what I do is we park the Pimpmobile like exactly here. I can't go too much closer or it will despawn because there's like big despawn areas for the cutscene so that the cutscene doesn't get like blocked by random cars in it and stuff. The mission, when the book starts reading chapter 4 says delete all vehicles in this area because otherwise they're going to block the cutscene and then do the rest of the stuff. So I have to make sure I park my Pimpmobile like outside this area. So we park it here. And I leak out, leave the door open so I can get in quicker. And now we have to do the glitch. What I'm about to do here is like absolutely insane and completely breaks the game. If you can learn and do this glitch, you can play the game in such a broken way. So I'm going to play this in a bit slow motion. We get into the car. I drive into the marker. As soon as I get into the marker, I've now lost control of CJ. Remember the CJ state? CJ control state. We're in control state 1 now. I have no control over CJ, right? But then I let go of the phone call. And because I'm in a car, you can't answer phone calls in cars. So the phone call just instantly ends, right? So now, because the phone call ended, now it sets me to control state 0. And now I have control over CJ again. So I can control CJ in this cutscene. So this right here, this cutscene, this is chapter 4 Tagging Up Turf. Well, not quite. This is like, again, the chapter doesn't quite work. I need to be exactly chapter 4, page 4 of Tagging Up Turf, right? This is chapter 4, page like 1 or something. 2 maybe? I don't know. But basically, I need to walk over to the Pimpmobile. Now, I haven't explained moving in cutscenes or anything. But there's a lot of buttons right now that will skip the cutscene and ruin everything. So I can't sprint. I can't attack. What else can't I do? Actually, it might just be those things. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I can't do. There's probably more I'm not thinking of. But anyway, I have to carefully get over to the Pimpmobile without skipping the cutscene. Because again, I'm supposed to just be watching a cutscene here. And also, depending on the camera angle, yeah, I'm already losing my voice. Depending on the camera angle, depends where you go. So if you press W, when the camera is facing this way, CJ is going to walk that way, right? If I press S, CJ is going to walk towards it. CJ's movement is camera relative, it's called in game industry. Camera relative movement. When you're in a car, you have like character relative movement. So if I got into a car right now and pressed W, the car would go forwards. The car wouldn't go towards the camera. If you've ever played Halo, Halo works this way. At least the old ones did. I don't know about the new ones. If you play Halo, Halo has a camera relative movement for its vehicles, and it's really fucky, right? And a lot of people don't get on with it. But if this was Halo, and I got in a Warthog or whatever, right? I don't know. That's not a Warthog. If I got in a Warthog and I pressed W, then we would go the way the camera's facing, right? Some people absolutely hate that, and I don't know why they made that decision, but they did. But anyway. Anyway, my movement is relative to the camera right now. The problem is I do not control the camera, and it's a cutscene, so the camera changes. So right now I want to press W to go towards the Pimpmobile. But now if I press W, I'm going to go that way. I don't want to press W right now. That would be bad, right? So what I'm trying to do is while the cutscene is facing this way, I need to get into the Pimpmobile immediately. This is also really precise timing, so I need to get in the Pimpmobile really quickly. So if you watch my inputs down here, I run over, I jump so that CJ is in motion, and then when the cutscene changes, CJ is in the middle of a jump. He can't turn around when he's in the middle of a jump. So CJ keeps going that direction. Then immediately, as soon as I spawn, I'm pressing F, right? I'm pressing F loads to try to get into the car. You remember that pathfinding thing I explained earlier? I'm trying to make CJ pathfind into the car, because the pathfinding doesn't care which way around the camera is. Pathfinding will work anyway. So I'm just like, okay, get CJ close enough to the Pimpmobile, and then use pathfinding to get in it. He'll figure it out, right? Now, we're in chapter 3. We're on chapter 4, page 3 of Tagging Up Turf right now, right? Now, right here, we are in chapter 4, page 4 of Tagging Up Turf. So this is the magical moment where both these books line up, and if I start pimping right now, the game doesn't instantly crash. By some miracle, the game doesn't instantly crash. So you'll see that, like, I'll start pimping. Oops. Oh god, what was that? I don't know what that was. So I'll start pimping. You see, it was a bit fast. This happens a bit quickly, but where is it? I start pimping. It says on the screen pimping. Where do I actually push the button? Oh, there it is. It's so fucking quick. Yeah, I'm just like, I start pimping right here. There we go. There's the button press. So I start pimping. Pimping starts. By some miracle, the game doesn't crash. For whatever reason, the game in Tagging Up Turf, chapter 4, page 4, when it suddenly replaces it with pimping, it just keeps going. It's okay. This works. It's not an illegal instruction. We're okay. Sweet is like playing out his animation and stuff because he's just been programmed to do it. He's going to like finish his animations and things. But what I want to do is I don't want to start pimping. I want to cancel it. As soon as I cancel pimping, so like say we're chapter 4, page 4 of Tagging Up Turf right now, but we're pimping chapter 1, page 1, right? That's why I need Space Mouse. We're pimping 1, chapter 1 right now. But if I cancel pimping, then we're going to go all the way to the end of the pimping book and do, like, you know, the index or whatever of the pimping book. When we do that, Tagging Up Turf will read that part of the book, and then Tagging Up Turf is reading in the middle of an instruction, in the middle of, like, some other stuff that makes it do other things. So, like, oh god, how do I explain this? So some parts of the book, have you guys ever played those adventure books where it's like an interactive, again, you might be too young for this. It's like an adventure book where it's like, okay, the dragon comes out of the cave. Do you try to fight the dragon or do you run away? If you fight the dragon, turn to page 6. If you run away, turn to page 27, right? You know those things? And you turn to page 27, then you find out what happened when he ran away, right? The programming and games use that a lot. There are lots of what's called go-to instructions. So, like, maybe we're doing some part of the mission, and then the mission will say, like, hey, is the player, like back here, for example, it'll be like, hey, is the player in the car? If they are in the car, go to page 12. If they're not in the car, go to page 7, right? So I'm in the car, so it just keeps reading from page 12, and it's fine. As soon as I get out the car, we change what's happening in the mission, and we go, and Sweet says this unfortunate voice line, which I'm going to censor. Sweet says this unfortunate voice line, and then the game puts this big blue thing on top of the car, and the goal of the mission has changed. The goal of the mission is now not getting to the marker. The goal is get back in the fucking car, idiot. That's the same thing. The mission is like, oh, if the player's in the car, go to page 12. If the player isn't in the car, go to page 6. So the game's like, oh, they're not in the car, better go to page 6. They go to page, what does page 6 say? Page 6 says, you know, make CJ Sweet say bad things and do everything else, right?
Get in, nigga.
Lovely. And it says get back in Sweet's car, right? That's called a go-to. What I actually just explained is an if, but it's like a go-to thing. So the mission scripts have the capability to tell the game to go to a different part of its book. So again, this analogy doesn't quite work because when you read a book, you read from start to finish all the way to the end. But when the computer is reading the mission script, it's like this page and then this page and then this page and then back to this page and then this page and then this page and then this page and then the front and then this page and then a different play. And it's jumping around all over the place all the time, right? So we're like doing go-tos all the time, like jumping around, bam, 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 all over the place. It's like completely sporadic and random where we're not random, but completely sporadic where we're going around. The way a go-to works is that it's like a 2-part instruction. So it would be like 2 words. It will say like go to, and then it will say like chapter 6, page 12, line 16, letter 7 or whatever, right? It will say like go to exactly this place. It will actually be a memory address. It will say like go to 60,012 or go to 46 or whatever. It will be very specific about where in memory it wants to go to. So it'll tell the game, hey, go to 6012 or whatever, right? What we're doing here is we're making the game because we make the game read from like the middle of paragraphs and also like random paragraphs. Like maybe this paragraph isn't some instructions, it's just things the game has to remember, right? Like some of the instructions will be like some of the mission script will be like, hey, spawn this blue thing, or make Sweet say the voice line, or other stuff. Other parts of the mission book will be, okay, remember Sweet's car, remember how many enemies the player has killed, remember how many tags the player has sprayed, remember how much time is left, right? It could be things like that. Or it could be like lots of other things, like add 6 to 12 and write whatever the number is on the screen. It's all minutia things. I'm still human explaining it because each instruction is like minute. To add 6 to 12, what you have to do is you have to put number 12 in memory bank 1, put number 6 in memory bank 2, add up memory bank 1 and memory bank 2, take output of memory of addition and store it in address 12, then display number 12 on screen. It's like lots of little tiny steps is how computers work, right? And it just so happens that some of these things will sound different if you read them in the middle of them. So that, say, for example, if I write down move 12 to memory bank 1, so it'll be like move 12 1, right? And then if you have like a move 6, 2, that's like 2 lines, but there's like 3 words per line. If I jump to like line 1, but in word 3, suddenly it becomes 1, move 12, 6, right? And now it doesn't make sense necessarily. And that's when the game can crash. If we jump in the middle of these instructions, it doesn't make any sense. But sometimes it does. And like numbers can be interpreted. If the game tries to read a number as an instruction, oh guys, it's even more confusing. Because move isn't written as like move. Move is written as like instruction 6, 12, 1. Instructions 7, 12, 2, right? It will do like that. So like all the instructions are also just numbers. The whole game's just numbers, right? So if we jump into the middle of some numbers that it's supposed to remember as a number, but then it tries to read it as an instruction, then we can make the game do weird things. So what happens here is that we're jumping. I don't know exactly what we're jumping to. I think someone put it into the chat a minute ago. But what we're doing is we're tricking the game into running what is supposed to be a number. We're tricking it into running it as an instruction. And the numbers just so happen to be like 62, 0. And 62, if you read it as an instruction, is go to. It's like change page or go to this chapter or whatever. It's go to. 62 is go to. These numbers I'm saying, I'm just making up, by the way. And then 0, maybe the 0 is actually supposed to be an instruction. Maybe the 0 is just wait or something. But because we're reading it like a number, it turns into the number 0. So we're doing instruction 62, locate like number 0, right? Instead of maybe it's supposed to be the other way around. But because we've jumped into the middle of it, we've like mixed up what these things are. So what I'm tricking the game into doing here is I'm making it execute whatever the number is for the go to command. Instead of reading it as a number, it's reading it as a command. And I'm making the next number 0. So this is, to get back to the speedrun now, what I'm about to execute is called the go to 0 glitch, right? I'm about to trick the game into like, it tries to read like the index, the end. It tries to read the end of pimping as a tagging up turf instruction. And it just so happens that it lines up that it reads 62-0. Okay, you're the boss. And it just goes to 0, right? Because again, the computer is not sentient. It does whatever the fuck we tell it to do, whether it makes any sense or not. So what happens right here, it's not from wherever you are in pimping. It's local offset 5959 in pimping script from the start. Yeah, okay. The exact specifics don't really matter. I'm just trying to like explain this for like a broad audience, right? Again, all the numbers I'm saying are going to be wrong, but the logic of what I'm saying is correct. It's not for me. Okay, it's all right. Sorry. So yeah, so we go to
What?
we are in chapter 4, page 4 of Tagging Up Turf. If we start pimping now, by some miracle of science, by pure luck, the game won't instantly crash, right? But if we end pimping, then the game accidentally executes what is supposed to be numbers as instructions. And that instruction, if we watch it, that instruction is go to 0. So you'd see this black screen all of a sudden. Now, we're not going to 0, like, again, when it stores the book in the bookshelf, 0 isn't the beginning of the book. 0 is the beginning of everything. The game isn't just storing a mission book in memory. It's also storing, like, everything in memory. It stores all of it. Like every single ped that's on the screen or whatever, or like every single mission in the whole game, or like, you know, the player's health, or this isn't quite correct what I'm saying, but everything is at 0, right? So what happens if we go to 0? Well, you go to 0 every time. In fact, I've already gone to 0 once in this run. Do you know when I went to 0, chat? I went to 0 when I opened the game. I have restarted the game from within the game. We have gone back to the beginning of the game. It is as if I have pressed new game and we've gone all the way back to the start. We've gone to 0. The game has restarted itself. Now, there is a wrinkle to this.
Watch for those rollers as I tag this up.
If I do go to 0 and I don't skip this cutscene, then the game, if I don't skip this cutscene, then the game keeps trying to execute Tagging Up Turf. It keeps trying to read chapter 4, page 4 of Tagging Up Turf. If I skip the cutscene, it will forget about Tagging Up Turf for reasons. So what I have to do here is I have to cancel pimping and skip this cutscene on like the same frame. Because if I go to 0 and then the game keeps trying to read Tagging Up Turf, well then we're not reading the wrong book. We're not reading a book at all. There's nothing there. Right? Who knows what the fuck it's reading? It's like, you know, unallocated memory at that point or whatever. So the game will just instantly crash. So if you've seen me try to do this glitch and then the game crashes, that's because I haven't skipped the cutscene correctly. So what I have to do here, again, if I play it really slowly, I'm holding middle mouse button. I let go of middle mouse button. Hello, video. Are you okay? Why is my video freezing? What is happening? Hello? Okay, that's a bit weird. I have to let go of middle mouse. Wait, I'm a bit far ahead, sorry. I'm trying to... This happens very quickly. Yeah. Oh, no, I have to do this differently, don't I? Right. Because of reasons, my spacebar input is delayed. The game processes keyboard input like 1 or 2 frames after mouse input, like just delayed, sorry. It processes keyboard input like 1 or 2 frames delayed. Mouse input happens immediately, but keyboard, it takes 1 or 2 frames. So I input the cutscene skip and then release middle mouse. Do you see that? What's actually happening is I'm basically pressing these 2 buttons at the same time. Don't worry about that. But anyway, basically I have to cancel pimping and skip the cutscene at exactly the same time. If I don't do that, we get to this black screen and then the game crashes. If you've watched my speedruns live, you've seen this happen a million times, right? So anyway, I have skipped the cutscene, which deletes the mission, and I have cancelled pimping. We've tricked the game into reading numbers as an instruction, and it just so happens that it lines up. Again, I can't control this. I can't type in whatever I want. If I could type in whatever I want, we could really fucking break the game, right? But I can't do that. We can only do what's written. So it just so happens that these 2 books line up the correct way, and I can execute go to 0. So we do all this.
Watch for those rollers as I tag this
I
up.
tell the game, hey game, go back to the start. The game's like, okay, buddy, and goes back to the start. And we've restarted the game. Now, yes, exactly, sugar sweet nightmare. That's exactly what I was about to say. It's like, okay, that's really cool, Josh. Really cool explanation. Why the fuck have you restarted the game? What does this do? How does this help? If you wanted to restart the game, just press escape and then click new game, idiot. What's the fucking point? Well, when you pause and you click new game, right? Let's say the game is remembering like a ton of stuff. It's remembering what mission it's doing and what mission you're on. It's remembering your health and where you are and all that sort of stuff. And like, you know, the CJ is here and all these things, right? When you click new game, the game says, okay, player wants to start a new game. take all of this stuff and fucking delete it and then write it all again. Okay, the player spawns in Grove Street, and then we make the screen black, and then we write, hey, we start this cutscene that says, hey, like, Los Santos International Airport or whatever, right? And blah, 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 blah. It does everything again, right? Do you know what it doesn't do if you just go straight to 0? So here's my copy of the game that I've been playing for 7.5 minutes or whatever up to this point. Here's my copy of the game, right? If I press escape and I press new game, it will delete that game and make a new one, right? But like, what happens if I just go straight to 0? What happens if I don't press new game? Well, what happens is it just makes another one. It doesn't delete the first one, and it just starts again. So the game, imagine, I know I'm using a book a lot, but imagine this book is like everything the game is remembering. And if you click new game, it throws it away and it gives the new game book, and it starts from there, and you start with this, right? And it does all the instructions, it sets up everything. If I have a book immediately, like I'll have a game, and I start a new game, instead of throwing this book away and getting a new book, what it does is it just pastes this book where, this is really hard to explain, it just pastes this book where it's supposed to be. And now I've kind of like, when you copy paste something, imagine if I have like, let me open like Paint real quick. If I have like, I have this and I have all these instructions, and then over here I have like, okay, and these are the instructions. If I start a new game, I put all this here. Well, what I did was, instead of deleting all of this and then moving this to here, copy pasting this to here, what I did was I just copy pasted this here. All of the stuff from before, it's still here, apart from like, the stuff that it makes new. All of this stuff is still here. It didn't stop existing. It just took a new game and kind of slapped it onto the corner of the other one. This has broken the game. Absolutely, categorically, the game is now next to unplayable. This breaks so many things, and I don't even understand all of the things it breaks. As you can imagine, again, if you're a programmer, like, think about what is happening here. Like, memory, you're like writing a bunch of memory, and you're like progressing the state of the program loads, and all of a sudden you're just like smashing all of the beginning memory initialization into the middle of the program running. Right? Like, imagine what the fuck that does. Right? Like, it is a miracle that the game actually is playable. But this has fucked so many things. Because, like, some of these things are just lists. Like, some of these things are like in this one, here's like, imagine this is the list of every ped in the game. So you have CJ, you have Sweet, you have like, that random ped number 14 that stood behind me as I'm doing it. You've got like ped 01. People love ped 01, right? You have a list of every single ped in the game. Well, when you start a new game, instead of deleting this list and starting from fresh, it just adds a new list to the bottom of it. So now it just makes a new CJ right here. Do you see the problem with this, chat? Like, hey, what's this about? What do you mean there's two CJs? What? How does that work? And all those mission scripts, like, oh, I don't know, like stunt jump logic mission script, and because it makes these all threads, and like, here's like, oh, the mission progression that we've had, we played up to tagging up turf, right? So we've played to tagging up turf. Well, it doesn't just forget this; it just makes a new one. It's like, oh, okay, now add big smoke. Add big smoke to the game. So now we have tagging up turf and big smoke. If you look at my map in a second, when I get to Grove Street, Oh, actually, when do I go to Grove Street? It takes a long time. Wait, hold on. There's a lot of stuff that happens. When I go to Grove Street, did you see it? Here. Fuck's sake. Fuck. Here's tagging up to... Why does it hate going backwards? Is it because it's on a hard drive? Here's tagging up turf, and here's Big Smoke. These two missions should not be possible to have at the same time. We have a combination of missions that is impossible. You can't have tagging up turf and Big Smoke at the same time. Because if you do you need to do Big Smoke to unlock tagging up turf. Like, what the fuck has happened here, right? So we've completely... The game is like unbelievably fucked. Like there's two of so many things running. Like there's two vigilante scripts running. Like if I start vigilante, it starts two vigilantes at the same time because this vigilante checks like, okay, is the player on a bike and does he start vigilante? If they do, start vigilante. And then this vigilante is like, okay, if the player is on a bike and they press the mission start button, start vigilante. Oh, they did start it. And then we start two vigilantes every time I start a vigilante, right? But it's like it completely depends how the programmer made the thing. Some things overlap each other. Some things are an addition to. Some things like will double up. Some things won't. Some things will get corrupted. It's like absolutely fucking broken. So by doing this glitch, I have completely broken the game entirely. If you want to see some fun ramifications of this, I do have a video where I do go to 0. Let me find it real quick. It's Joshimuz go to 0. Not go to O. That was smart. Is that gonna work? Wow, it did work. YouTube's smart enough for this. Oh shit. Wait, I wanted the thumbnail. How do I get the thumbnail? Wait, let me refresh. Please work. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so... Oh, you motherfucker. I'll refresh again. So this video right here... hello? This video right here, playable CJ clone glitch. CJ clone glitch, learning the go-to 0 glitch on my Uncut channel. This is when I messed around with this glitch. And yeah, you just have two CJs. You have two CJs, and you can control both CJs. Like... The game never takes control away from the first CJ. Like, this first CJ still has control. You still have control over it. You just also control this CJ. What does break? Again, because it's kind of random, like, what doubles up and what you can only have one copy of. What you can only have one copy of is the pathfinding to enter vehicles. The pathfinding only exists once, and at the start of the game, it gets set to a CJ. But when you start the game twice, it's set to the new CJ. It can only have one pathfinding. You can't have two. So the old CJ cannot get into vehicles, but my new CJ can. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. But yeah, well, another problem is that when you change weapons, the camera gets assigned to one of the CJs, and it's originally this one. And then when I restart the game, the camera gets assigned to this CJ. So this CJ loses the camera. The camera isn't behind him anymore, right? Weapons switching, though, is a problem. So there's like a script that's like checking the player's weapons and like enforcing it, right? So if oh, sorry, I have these dots on the screen. So if I try to switch weapon, the weapon is going to check both CJs to see if they have a weapon in that slot. So if I scroll up in the weapon wheel one, the weapon script will check like, okay, do all CJs, or does every ped with the name CJ, do they have a weapon in that slot? If they do, they can use that weapon. If they don't, then put them back on the fists. They can't use that weapon, right? So do you remember earlier when I picked up tear gas and I got a pistol? I used the pistol once because I shot fucking Ryder's car or whatever, right? but otherwise I barely used it. The tear gas I never used. I used it to like flex to get into vehicles, but I didn't need to do that. I could have just driven past it. Well, the reason is because I want to be able to use those weapons. Do you remember when I said that having the nightstick is kind of a little annoying? That's because new siege, like I don't care about melee weapons, and now if I try to scroll to the melee weapon, it's going to put me back onto fists because I don't want it. So I need the tear gas because both CJs need to have a grenade weapon. Otherwise, I can't use any grenade weapons ever. Thankfully, we also do tagging up turf, which gives us a spray can. So a OG CJ, as we'll call him in this example. So this is the OG CJ, the one that I was playing with originally. This is the clone CJ, the new CJ that we're playing. OG CJ has a nightstick, he has a pistol, and he has a spray can and tear gas. Those are the only 4 weapons I can use for the rest of the run. On foot. I can't switch to any other weapon. I do use a micro SMG in Wrong Side of the Tracks. Yeah, OG and old. Sure, Halogen, whatever. We could do that. Old OG CJ and old CJ. No, OG or new. Yeah, OG CJ and new CJ. Yeah. Got it. But yeah, in Wrong Side of the Tracks, I use the micro SMG to kill people with. But because I never switch to that weapon, like the game just puts me on that weapon. Like it does it itself. I don't switch to it. Like when I get into a vehicle, it sets you to a micro SMG, right? So because the game is doing it itself, it doesn't do this check to see if I'm allowed to use that weapon or not. So I could just use it, thankfully. Is there a reason I don't get a micro SMG on OG CJ? I don't need it. I don't need it. And it'll just get in the way. Like if I'm on a pistol on new CJ and I scroll up one to try to go to like the grenades, if OG CJ has micro SMG instead, the order is like fist. That's a great fist. Nightstick, pistol, and then like micro SMG. Sure, yeah, that's a micro SMG. And then grenades, and then spray can, right? That's the order. So if I'm on fists and I scroll up one, I'll go to nightstick. If I scroll up one, I'll go to fists. If I scroll up, handgun. Whoops, oh god, I didn't want to do that. Wait, oh fuck, I just broke stuff. Oh no. If I scroll up, I won't go to grenade if both CJs don't have this gun. Then if I scroll up, I'll go to grenades. But if one of the CJs has this gun, I'll try to scroll to this instead. And then the game will be like, hey, you don't have a fucking micro SMG. And then it'll go bam, straight back to fists. You don't have a micro SMG, right? So, oh fuck, why do I keep doing that now? So I don't want micro SMG because it's going to make it, I would then instead, I would have to scroll backwards round the wheel the other way to get to grenades. If I have a micro SMG on OG CJ, I can't scroll through my weapon wheel anymore. I have to like scroll the other way around. And if we mismatch the nightstick as well, then I literally won't be able to go anywhere, right? I'd have to, if we mismatch the nightstick, I can't scroll backwards to the pistol because the micro SMG will be in the way. And I can't scroll forwards to the pistol because the nightstick will be in the way. So I have to synchronize my CJ's weapons the best I can to avoid these issues. Otherwise, shit gets like really fucky. So that's why I don't get a micro SMG on OG CJ because I don't need it. And the less weapons I have, the less complicated the situation is going to be, right? I only need the micro SMG in Wrong Side of the Tracks, and the game forces me on it, so it doesn't matter. Oh, that's spoilers. So anyway, we've completely fucked the game. This fucks the game in so many ways. Again, I don't even know all of the ways that this fucks the game. I know that it makes it so that I stumble. So you see my movement here? I like stumbled here, and then I keep moving. That's not just me fucking up, and I stumble again here. That's not just me fucking up. I'm not just like letting go of W and stumbling. That's OG CJ falling out of bounds. So OG CJ is like all the way over here where this marker is. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why do I keep control Zing now? OG CJ is all the way over where this marker is, right? OG CJ is still back where we started. He's just over there. But the game, again, it's one of those things that like the world loading only happens around one CJ. It was originally the OG CJ, and now it's the new CJ. So the world is being loaded around new CJ. The world isn't being loaded around OG CJ. He's out over here, just falling out of bounds constantly. So the OG CJ falls out of bounds. He goes, "Oh, I hate gravity," right? And then he spawns back up. And when he spawns back up, it sets the animation of every CJ in the game to stop what it's doing, right? So whenever OG CJ falls out of bounds and then gets teleported back up, I stumble. So every time that happens, I stumble. So I stumble constantly now. Unless I'm near to OG CJ, I constantly stumble on foot. That's the first immediate ramification that happens. And is really annoying, by the way, as a speedrunner. I am severely gimped. It's moving is like really hard to do. If I go near OG CJ, yeah, he'll have ground to stand on, and he'll stop falling down. And I could just control him and stuff. Yeah, you'd think they do it around the camera, right? Olive free, but yeah, they don't. They do it around CJ. Yeah, because of exactly what Skip said. They teleport CJ around everywhere to make the cutscene, to make the world load. Anyway, so OG CJ is constantly falling out of bounds. Another thing that's happening is every button I press, OG CJ is also doing it. Like, again, I control both of these CJs at the same time. So OG CJ is trying to do my inputs all the time. Thankfully, normally he's just falling out of bounds. And when you're falling through the sky, none of your buttons fucking do anything anyway. You can change weapons. Thank God you can change weapons, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to. You can change weapons, but you can't attack, you can't jump, you can't move, you can't crouch. You can't do anything when CJ's falling out of bounds. Just falling, sorry. When CJ's falling, like, off a mountain or whatever. Can OG CJ die? What happens then? Okay, so good question. Well done, class. Good question. If OG CJ dies, when you die, a bunch of, like, scripts and stuff change state or get unloaded or whatever, and don't become available again until CJ respawns. The problem is, the respawn script, guess what, is only attached to the new CJ. So OG CJ, if they die, they fucking won't respawn. They just stay dead. CJ dies, and it will just sit there and wait until, like, until the game respawns him, right? And that just won't happen. If OG CJ dies, it unloads the script or changes the variables in it or whatever's happening. It breaks the script for aiming guns. For whatever reason, if OG CJ dies, the script that controls what happens when you right-click and you can aim and shoot and stuff, it just stops working. So if OG CJ dies, I stop stumbling, but I cannot aim weapons anymore. It's possible that this is a benefit. It's better to not stumble than it is to aim guns. But there are a few points in the run where you would like to do it. But I do think it's entirely possible that you could do the whole run without aiming. And it would be faster because you wouldn't stumble. But you'd have to find and kill OG CJ, which is maybe not worth it. I am realizing time is getting on quite a lot, and I'm barely through this video. I might not make it in one part today. Don't worry, YouTube. It'll be one part for YouTube, but Twitch and live stream viewers, I might have to cut this into 2 parts. I have to leave later. But we'll see what happens. I'll do my best. Anyway. The game's broken in lots of ways. We'll cover them when we get to them because it's really bad. But just remember that the game is unbelievably broken right now. The game was never designed to do this. Obviously. So, we've gone to 0. Do you remember me talking about my money earlier? And how I needed an exact amount of money? And it needed to be exactly 498? Well, what happens when you start the game, chat? When you start the game, you get $350, don't you? Well, it turns out, instead of doing money equals 350, for whatever reason, Rockstar has done money plus 350. So, when I restart the game here, you'll notice that I have gained $350 because that's the starting money. So I now have, it's an instruction that says add score 350. Yeah, okay. Is money score? Oh yeah, I guess because GTA 3 used it as score, didn't it? And GTA 1 and 2 and stuff. That's funny. Money is score. Yeah. So I get given $350 at the start. This is really important. Because we're about to go set up. We're about to go set up an important thing. So this is where we leave the computer science part of the run. Of like me explaining how the game loads missions and you can load 2 missions at the same time and that sort of stuff. We're leaving computer science territory. We're now entering security research territory. Because we're about to set up a payload that we're going to execute. We're about to set up a malicious payload. Well, kind of malicious, but we're about to set up a malicious payload of instructions into the game that are going to do things. There are 2 steps to this. This one is kind of minor, and this one doesn't really make much sense without the next bit, but we'll explain it anyway. Yeah, it's malicious, it's external code. Yeah, I'm like, this isn't arbitrary code execution for people who understand that. This isn't that. I can't open notepad.exe on my Windows PC, right? It's not arbitrary C++ code. I can only execute arbitrary mission script code, right? So whatever you could do with mission scripts inside of San Andreas, we can do it. It's arbitrary script execution, not arbitrary code execution. Or arbitrary GTASA script execution, if you want to call it that, whatever. But yes, it is still arbitrary, you know, kind of code execution, right? So it's very powerful. Anyway, we're at pool. I need to set up a payload here. So much later, much later in the run, I'm going to go to a point in memory, and the game is going to start blasting through that memory as if they were instructions, when it's actually just a bunch of numbers the game is trying to remember. Again, what we did with Go to 0. One of those numbers that it blasts through and reads as memory, reads as instructions, even though it's just numbers. One of those numbers is the last amount of money I had when I started pool. That's one of the numbers we're about to what we could potentially execute as instructions. In an ideal world, we want all of these variables, all of these numbers, we want them to be 0. We want them to be 0 because if you execute the number 0 as an instruction, it's the instruction of no operation. It basically just means skip this. It's not anything. Just skip forwards 1. It's basically like new line. If we use our book analogy, the number 0 is basically line break, right? That's essentially what it is. 0 is line break. So ideally, we want all of these variables to be line breaks until we get to the actual payload we want to execute. Unfortunately, the pool amount is not 0 for some reason. Why is the pool last betting amount not 0? I'm not actually sure why we do this now I'm thinking about it. But for some reason, it is 0. Then what are we doing here? You do it to eliminate 50-50. Okay, but if it's... I understand it's if we're on an even or an odd byte. But if it's 0, then why does that matter? I understand... Jack, I know that part. But shouldn't it already be 0000? Like, why do we need to do this? Surely 0000 is also just no op no matter which byte you land on. Right? Okay. I'm still not understanding. Either way, for whatever reason, we have to set up a thing in pool here. You're not changing the IP evenness? Oh, okay. So if I land on an odd byte, for example, when I attempt to execute the gambling payload, I'll be off by 1 byte and it will not work. But we're doing this to align back to an even byte. I might be flipped with this, but it doesn't matter, right? We're aligning correctly. Yeah, okay. Okay, so okay. Now that I understand it, I can explain it to the class. So, spoilers, later in the run, I'm going to program in a payload using gambling, and that payload is going to execute code and stuff. And the way we execute it, we can't control whether we jump to an even byte in memory or an odd byte in memory. If we jump into a bunch of zeros, so say like, so the book analogy, say like, we're going to jump to either like letter 1 or letter 2 of a word, right? So say we have the word hello, or well, that doesn't quite work. Yeah, say we have like, we have a bunch of line breaks, right? And then we have the word hello, right, like this. If the computer starts reading this and it starts from an odd number, then it will start reading from here and it will go, okay, that's a line break, next line. Okay, that's a line break, next line break, next line break, next line. And then it will start here. And then it will read H-E-L-L-O, hey, and then space. And then, hey, that's a word. We can execute that. That works, right? We can do it. But say I landed... I'm just going to erase it. Say I landed... We have like all these line... Sorry, let me do it over here so it's my face isn't on top of it. Say instead... So you got to remember, like, this is 0, 0, this is 0, 0, this is 0, 0, this is 0, 0, and then we go hello. So if we landed on, like... Sorry, this is an even number. If we landed on an even number, we would read the 2 zeros. That means line break. We would read another 2 zeros. That means line break. We'd read another 2 zeros. That means line break. We'd read another 2 zeros. That means line break. And then we'd read H-E-L-L-O. That's a word. If we land on an odd byte, then we won't land at the start. We'll land in the middle, right? We would land in the middle here. So it would read like, it would read this 0 and then this 0. That's a new line. Keep going. We'd read this 0 and then this 0. That's a new line. Keep going. We'd read this 0 and this 0. That's a new line. Keep going. Now we have a problem. Because we'd read this 0 and then a H and then an E and a blah, blah, blah. And then we'd get there and then we'd go 0, hello. That's not a word. Game crash, right? the game would just instantly crash. It's fucked up. It doesn't work. So previously, it would just be like, okay, we'll just take the 50-50. We might get unlucky and execute from an odd location, or we might get lucky and execute from an even location. So the trick is 50-50. That's really, it's shit. It's how it works. But it turns out all of these zeros that we're reading, like this, one of these, this is pool right here. This number right here is the amount of money that you left pool with the last time you played it, right? So what we're going to do is we go to pool, and I want to leave pool with exactly $768. Now, naively, you'd think, okay, so you're writing 0076800, but that's not actually quite what happens. And I also hate this. The number is hexadecimal. It's not like base 10. Yeah, it's hex. So this is way beyond the scope of this San Andreas speedrun explanation tutorial video thing. But all you have to know is that in hexadecimal, 768, my God, I'll try that one again. All you have to know is 768 is 300 in hexadecimal. That's all you need to know, all right? So in memory, what we're doing is we've got a 0, then we have a 3, and then we have a 0, and a 0, and then a 0, and then a 0. And then we have hello, right? Like this. So what happens if we land on an even byte is we'll read it 0, 0, and then we'll read 300, and then instruction 300 is 0003 actually, because little endian. Look, we're not going to fucking explain little and big endian in fucking this tutorial video, all right? Just roll with me here. What instruction 300 is unused instruction, right? So instruction 300 is unused. So it's just like, oh, okay, that it tries to execute its instruction, and it's like, oh, that's not an instruction we actually use. It's just like reserved for empty. Okay, I'll just do nothing then. And then it goes to the next line, and it reads 00 space. Oh, that's nothing. Skip that one. And then we read hello, right? So it lines up. Everything lines up, and it's fine. But if we do this, and we write 300, and then we have a 0, and then we have hello, like this. But what if we weren't lucky? We didn't land on an even byte. We landed on an odd byte. What if we land here? So we read this 0 and then this 3 as an instruction, right? The instruction 03 is the instruction for camera shake. 03 is a camera shake instruction that takes 1 byte input. So it will read these 3 bytes or 2 bytes or whatever. I think it's 2 bytes. Whatever, it doesn't matter. For this example, we're going to say 2 bytes. It will read this as a camera shake instruction. It says these are the instructions. So 03 means shake camera, and 00 is for how long to shake it. For reasons, 00 lines up as 15 seconds. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. But it reads these instructions like, it reads it like this. So it'll be like, okay, I will shake the camera for 15 seconds. Then it starts reading from here and then here. And now what has happened is we have aligned back to the even bit. So in the first example, if we get lucky and we start from the even bit, we just go 00, 300, 00, and that's fine, and that's legal, and it's happy, and it continues. If we get unlucky and we read from an odd bit, it will go 0300. Oh, that's the instruction for shaking camera. Oh, sorry, it will go 03, That's the instruction for shaking camera. I need to read the next two numbers as the length in time. So it will read the next two numbers as for how long to do it. So now we've advanced an odd number of bytes, or this isn't, we've advanced an even number of bytes, whatever, it doesn't matter. Once we've done all of this, we are then back to reading from an even number of bytes again. So now we start again, 0, 0, oh, that's nothing, skip. And then we always, doing this, we will always line up to the H in hello. Again, if we don't do this, if it's all just zeros, then it tries to read 2 zeros, and then it tries to read 2 zeros, and then it tries to read a 0. Oh, a H, we better keep reading. And then we read 0 hello, which doesn't mean anything, and the game crashes, right? So what we're doing is we line up the bits that we're on. So by using exactly 300 hexadecimal as an instruction, if we read it from an even byte, it keeps reading even bytes and everything's happy and it works. If we read it from an odd byte, it will read the full instruction, execute a camera shake, line up back to reading even bytes, and then we keep going and it's fine. So this is necessary to turn the trick into, instead of a 50-50, it's 100%. Yes, exactly, Abdidel_Kavash. If I wanted to be faster, I just wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do this at all, and I wouldn't go to pool, and I wouldn't bother, and I would just go straight to doing the rest of the run, and we'd save a bunch of time. Not that much. But it turns the run into, like, we then have a 50-50 chance that if I execute the trick correctly, we have a 50-50 chance that it works. And I don't know if you know this, but the trick is already really fucking hard. So making it 50-50 is kind of shit. There's already a bunch more luck that we have to get through. Like, remember this, like, frame perfect 1 in 3 chance trick I did? That was a 1 in 3. That's a 33% chance we've already just won here, you know? Then we add another 50-50. Then we add the blackjack dealers later. That's, like, more luck. Then you have, like, I don't know, there's, like, luck of the police officer spawning at the start. Luck of me being able to get into CJ's house at the start. Like, it just becomes too fucked. There is a person at my door. One moment. Maybe they just delivered something. I think they're just delivering something. It's fine. Whatever. We won't worry about it. Right. Anyway. What are they doing? Ah, it's GTA Marathon merch delivery. That's what it is. I was like, why is there a massive box? Yeah, it's the merch for GTA Marathon. Anyway, yeah, so we're making it so that the memory always lines up, that we will always end up on an even byte. Again, my explanation might be wrong. It might actually be an odd byte we line up to. It doesn't matter. The point is, we're getting to where we want to be, whether it's odd or even. It doesn't matter which way around it is. We're trying to get to the correct, like, alignment in memory. So I bet exactly $80. And then, again, if I've set all of my money correct throughout the entire run, betting exactly $80 will set my previous amount to 768. So now, the previous money amount I had in pool was $768. That writes 300 hexadecimal into the memory. And yeah, we will use that to align ourselves to the byte correctly. So that's why we go to pool. And that's why, spoilers, the camera shakes when we do the thing. That's why half the time the camera shakes. Like this. Do you see this camera shake? Look at this fucking camera shake. It is absolutely insane. Maybe it's not the time that we're saying the camera shake. Maybe it's like the intensity or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's why the camera does this. Both of my runs have had this, by the way. I'd like to point out, both of my runs have had camera shake. If I didn't set up pool in my runs, both of the runs that I did would never have actually happened. They both would have crashed. So I like pool. All right, here's an explanation for people who want to pause and read it. I'm not going to do that.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, so we've set up 300 into the, or 3000 or whatever it is, into the memory. Now we could do the rest of the run.
Grove Street.
So,
At least it was before I fucked everything up.
oh my god, how do I do this? We've set up that payload. Now we need to go set up the main payload. So, again, people have discovered a way to arbitrarily execute mission script. I wonder what the speedrunner is going to do with this information. Oh, they're going to teleport to the end of the game, obviously. But the way that we set up the payload is that we are going to go to the casino in Los Venturas. I'm just picking up grenades here, by the way, if you're wondering. So that I could death warp easier in a minute. Again, this is why I needed the tear gas, is so I could actually use these fucking grenades. What we're going to do is I'm going to drive all the way to the casino, and we're going to use the Wheel of Fortune betting table to program in our bets. So, for reasons, when you leave the betting table, so here I'm going to set up a bunch of numbers like this. When you leave the betting table, right? So think about what's happening here. I've bet like, say, I've bet like 50k here, and I've bet like 40k here, and I've bet like 39 here, and this is like 1k, this is 0, and this is like, yeah, this is also 40k. Imagine this scenario, right? Think about what's happening in the game here. The game has to remember, okay, slot 1, how much did the player bet? Slot 2, how much did the player bet? Slot 3, slot 4, slot 5, and slot 6. It has to remember how many chips, how much money I've bet in each slot. Because if the game didn't remember that, then it wouldn't be able to, like, you know, keep track of, like, okay, when I spin the wheel, if it's this slot, check how much money is in this slot, times that by the winning amount, give the player that much money, right? Or, you know, it needs to, it needs to remember it to be able to show it on the screen. Like, it shows, like, how much I'm betting and all that stuff. It needs to remember all these things to be able to show it, right? So in the memory, there's 6 bits of memory. There's like 50,000 hexadecimal, which I don't know what is. I'm not going to write it. 40,000, etc., etc. And the game remembers that this is slot 1, this is slot 2, this is slot 3, etc., etc., right? What should happen in an ideal world is that when you leave the betting table, right? When you leave the betting table, the game's like, oh, I don't need all these numbers anymore. I can erase them, and it sets them to 0, right? In an ideal world, it would set these all these numbers back to 0. But it doesn't. When you leave the betting table, it just leaves those numbers there. So as soon as I leave the betting table like this, you can't see it anymore because it stops rendering it. But all of those betting numbers that I did, like the 50k and that lot, all of those numbers that I set are still in memory. They just sit there. The game doesn't touch them because the only thing that touches those that memory address, the only thing that reads chapter 16, page 11, the only thing that uses that page is the Wheel of Fortune minigame. And I just left the Wheel of Fortune minigame. So now there's nothing reading that page. We just took the book of the San Andreas mission script, and we took a fucking pen and we wrote, I'm not going to fuck my book up, but we wrote 50,000, 40,000, 30,000, whatever. We just wrote it in the book, and then we closed it, and then we put the book down, right? What the game should do is take a fucking Tipex and delete what we wrote when it leaves page 11, but it doesn't. It just leaves what we wrote there. And this is the payload. This is what we're going to program. Now, the problem is like, that's cool and all, Josh, but how do you fucking bet 257,900 9,000. Oh, I've read this number wrong. This number's huge. How do you bet this much money? You don't have this much money. Remember a minute ago when I said I have $768 and I needed exactly that much? You know? How the fuck could you bet like these arbitrarily large numbers to say, like, that's cool and all. You set up a bunch of numbers in memory to do exactly what you want later. How the fuck do you do that? Right? This is the reason I'm explaining it in this order, is because you need to understand the logic of why we're doing this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use... Do you remember that thing where I said go to 0 has completely broken the game? Well, one of the things that is broken are stunt jumps. Not the unique stunt jumps. Not the ones that have, like, a slow motion and then a landing and it says unique stunt jump pass and there's 70 of them and you need to do them all. Not those ones. The ones where you just do something cool and the game's like, whoa, sick stunt, dude. And it gives you some money out of thin air. Well, by doing go to 0, we've completely broken that script. So I'm going to play here. So I'm traveling to Los Venturas. I want to go to the casino. While I'm on the way, I'm going to do some sick stunts. And I want you to look at what happens. I'm about to go up this ramp. Look what happens when I do this sick stunt. Ready? Wee! Oh my god, epic. Insane stunt bonus, $51. Whoa, sick. Oh, so cool, Josh. Oh, you did another one? Oh, man. Double insane stunt bonus. Negative 442. Height, negative 280 feet. Wait, what? That ain't right. Look at my money. Look at my money. $768. I do a sick stunt. My money goes down. Why does my money go down? We do this again. And my money goes down. We're now into the negative. For those who don't know, you can have negative money in San Andreas. Now, normally, the way that you get negative money in San Andreas, the only way to do it, lo and behold, is with casino gambling. In the stats, you have a stat for, like, your gambling skill or whatever. And when you have low gambling skill, you can only play at, like, small time tables. And your gambling skill determines how much debt you can get into, right? So when you have no gambling skill, and your gambling skill increases the more money you bet, when you have no gambling skill, you can only borrow up to negative 100 money. That's as low as you can get. You can't go under negative 100. So what happens is if I go here and I press the increase bet button, right? This number will, if it's 100, if I increase the bet to 100, it will say 0. And then if I increase the bet anymore, it'll go to like negative 100. And if I press the button again, the game says, no way, buddy. You're at $100, negative 100. You can't bet any more than $100. You're not allowed to do that, right? That's illegal. So if what's happening is if I'm ever at negative 100 money, the game won't let me go down in money. It won't let me spend any more. If I'm at negative 100 money, I can't borrow anymore. And the only way to get into negative money is by borrowing it at casinos. Yeah. Do you see the problem here? Because what if I write these numbers here? Does this help you figure out what I'm doing? If I am at negative 100, I cannot borrow any more money. And the only way you can lose money is with casino betting. Except unless you've completely broken the fucking game. So I do a jump here. And I go to whatever, 300 something. I do another jump here. And I go to like negative 40 and then I fall off, which is kind of embarrassing. And then I do another jump here. And uh-oh. We have a problem. I'm at negative 653. So here's negative 100. And here's negative 101. And here's a bunch of other numbers. And here's negative 653. Do you know what negative 653 isn't? It isn't negative 100. So I can essentially, at this point, I can borrow as much money as I fucking want. I think there is some sticking point here, right? Because I need to increase my gambling skill, right? Which is why we need to bet over 100 or 1,000 or something on the first try. Something like that. There is some wrinkle here that I need to increase my gambling skill for some reason. I can't quite remember. Hello, dear casino. I'd like to bet integer max. Yeah. Yeah, so we've now... Rockstar fucked up. And they have... If you have positive unlimited money, can you do the programming as well? Probably. If I had enough... The options are have less than 100. You want max debt amount to 1,000 to make the game not crash. Oh, really? Wait, what? Skip? You want the max debt amount to be 1,000? Really? We need to... Oh, 100 crashes the game. Oh my god, is my gambling skill written as a variable? In the variable space that we jump to. And if it's 100, is that an illegal instruction and crashes? But 1,000 is not an illegal instruction and we continue. Oh my god, okay. Whatever, that doesn't really matter for this explanation. I didn't know that. That's cool. Okay, so that's why you did that. Anyway, so Rockstar have done the classic programming mistake of they have checked if many, nice one, equals negative 100, can't bet anymore. What they should have done is money less than or equals to negative 100. If Rockstar had done this, which is correct programming etiquette, then we would not be able to do this. But because they said it has to be exactly a negative 100. If you are at exactly negative 100, you can't borrow anymore. What they should have said is if you're at exactly negative or less negative 100, you can't borrow anymore. So we blow right past negative 100 by stunt jumping. And now we can essentially bet however much money we fucking want. I could bet so much money that my number goes to like the biggest negative number it could possibly be, and then wraps back around to then the biggest positive number it could possibly be. Like I can overflow my number if I want. Obviously, it's not going to be 9999, but you know it'll be whatever the max integer is. I can't remember max. It's a signed int, obviously, signed 32 int or whatever. But anyway, that's programming stuff. You don't need to know that for this explanation. Now, you may be wondering, that's cool and all, Josh, but why the fuck are you losing money when you do stunt jumps? It's because there's two CJs. So, I can't quite remember how this works, but the calculation for the jump is like... The calculation is starting height, max height, landing height. Those are the three things it uses or something. So it's like it checks like, okay, when you start the jump, it remembers where you started from. And as you go over the jump, it remembers the maximum height you achieved. And then when you land, it then calculates and it says like, whoa, you started at sea level and at the top of your jump, you're at like 100 feet in the air. And then you landed. Holy shit, that jump was 100 feet. Wow, so cool. Here's $60, right? That's how it works, right? Go to 0 equals 2 stunt scripts. Initial height gets subtracted twice equals negative money. Ah, right. Okay, that's what's happening. So, okay, so what it does is it takes 100, which is the max height, and then it takes away your initial height, which is 0, and then it says, whoa, that was a 100-foot jump. But imagine what if I started the jump at 300 feet? And sorry, I'm using feet. It doesn't matter. Meters, feet, the unit of measurement doesn't fucking matter, right? And then I reached 500 feet and then landed, right? And then when I landed, it was like, whoa, that jump was 500, take away 300 feet high. Holy shit. That was a 200-foot jump. Crazy jump, dude. Here's $120, right? That's how it works. It takes away your starting height from your max height. But the problem is, because we've doubled up on because there are 2 stunt jump scripts, remember from when I did go to 0, there are 2 stunt jump scripts running. Instead, what happens is it goes here and it remembers like, okay, starting height equals 300 feet. And then the second script is like, okay, starting height equals 300 feet, right? Nothing has changed. Then it calculates the max height. Max height's 500. Okay, max was 500. You know, you get the point. And then the second copy does max equals 500, right? And then we land. Yeah. And then it does the maths. And then it does, okay, so the max height was 500. And then the starting height was 300. Okay, that means 200. Okay, cool. So the money we pay out is 200. But then the second copy of the script goes, okay, so the max height was 200. And then we take away the starting height of 300. And that was negative 100. Okay, so the player jumped negative 100 feet. Okay, so then we do like, imagine for like every foot the player jumps, we give them like, every 100 feet the player jumps, we give them, every foot the player jumps, we give them $1. Imagine that, right? So then we do like, say for the other example where it does work, we'd say 200 times 1, or, well, it's not quite like that. 200 times, like, I don't know, 0.1, right? So we'd give them $20. In this instance, it's negative 100 times 0.1. Okay, they earned negative $10. Here you go, player. Here is your negative $10. So then I land and I lose money. The stunt jump that is trying the stunt jump that is trying to pay me is actually taking money away. Because it does the maths twice, because there's 2 stunt jump scripts running. Does it also pay me twice? Surely it would do then like money plus negative 100. Surely it would do that twice. Yeah, it does do it twice. Yeah, so I actually lose double the amount. So normally I would earn like tiny amounts of money. Now instead I'm losing fuck tons. Do you know why it says I'm getting paid $51, but I actually lose money? Like, I'm guessing the text on the screen is not actually relevant to what's happening. You get positive money for one on the screen, negative for other, right? Okay. Maybe this $51, maybe how we do the maths twice, you do blah, 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 equals 51, and then blah, 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 equals negative 400. Because we do the maths twice, maybe the number on the screen uses the first number for the first time. Maybe that's what happens. But then every other time it uses the second number for some reason. I'm just guessing. I don't know. But yeah, for whatever reason, the first time the number on the screen is positive, but I am losing money. The second jump, it correctly says It correctly says the money I lost. Let's see. Did I lose $442? We're at 377. Take away... Or plus even, plus 45. This is a 2. This is a... Wait, that's a 1, but we add another 1. That's a 2. And then that goes up by 1. It should be 422 by my maths. But it says 442. Am I an idiot? That maths doesn't work out. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck it's saying on the screen then. Weird. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whatever it says on the... Oh, wait, no, wait, it's doubled up. It's doubled up. Wait. It says them twice because there's 2 scripts. 51, that much. This one is the first jump. This one is the first jump, not the second jump. And then this one is the third jump, or this one is this one's the second jump, but the first time. And then yeah, this one is the fourth. This one is the second jump, but the second time. Yeah, okay. So it is showing me all of the money alterations it's doing every time. Let's work this out. So we start at 768. I'm just going to open a calculator. We start at 768. Okay. We then do plus 51, was it? Plus 51 is 819. We then do negative 442 is 337. Correct. There we go. We figured it out. There's my 337. Yeah. So it's displaying what it's giving to me twice. It shows me the correct one the first time, and then the incorrect extra addition the second time. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we don't need to do the maths the second time. It'll obviously line up, but yeah. So there you go then. So that's what's happening. So that's how we're losing money when we do stunt jumps. This is fun. I'm also figuring this out as we're doing this. I'm also learning myself. So anyway, to get back to the speed run, I do some stunt jumps optimally while high up, by the way, because remember, it's my starting height that gets taken away from my max height. So if I'm on a fucking mountain and I start here and then jump to here, then we're really high up, so it takes away a lot of money at the start. If I was at like sea level when I jumped, it would like take away 0 twice and I wouldn't actually lose money. So by starting high up, it means I lose a lot of money very quickly. So that's why we drive up this big hill. Man, if I did a jump off of Mount Chiliad, how much money would I fucking lose? We should test that sometime. Anyway. Right, so basically I'm just driving to Los Venturas here. By the way, is he here? Do we see him? I don't think we see him. No. CJ, the OG CJ can be stood here sometimes for reasons, but I don't see him. He must have run away. Yeah, okay, he's not there. Never mind. Or wait, is he... No, I thought I saw him, but I don't. No, he's not there. Whatever, it don't matter. Anyway. So, I set up this little trick jump. This jump here is difficult, but because we've just started the game again, all of the bridges are closed. I can't drive over the bridges, so I have to do this epic stunt to get into Los Venturas. Ooh, $33. And then negative 52. Yeah, so I lost a little bit of money there. Yeah, anyway. This is just me. We have 4 stars because I haven't unlocked this island and stuff. None of this matters. We're just driving to the casino. So, here's what happens now. So if you've watched any of my speedruns and you've seen me walk into here and then immediately reset, that's because we've gotten unlucky. There's an important thing that happens here where when we enter the casino, we have 3 blackjack tables and a Wheel of Fortune table. This gets a little technical and it doesn't happen in this run, so I don't really need to explain it. But basically, if there's more than one blackjack dealer that spawns in as I enter, the run is immediately over. Because there's this number that the game remembers of like how many blackjack dealers there are or whatever. But the game fucks up. It's kind of similar to the stunt jump thing. The game fucks up and it removes the number like twice or whatever. I don't quite understand the logic. But basically there's, again, with all the zeros that we have in memory that we need to be 0 or the game will crash later. If there's more than 2 blackjack dealers, blackjack tables get incremented only if tables equals 0. Right, okay. So there's like the number of blackjack dealers gets written, and if there's like too many blackjack dealers, then it will write like -2 into this space instead of it being 0. And if that's the case, the game will now crash when we execute all of this as instructions. When we get to -2, it tries to do an instruction, it's illegal, and the game crashes. So there's no way to fix this either. Because if I just leave and come back in, this number just gets more and more fucked up. It'll go from like -2 to like -4 to like -6 or whatever. And it will get more and more and more fucked up. I can't kill them. It doesn't work. You can't kill them. You can't die. You can't leave. Anything you do, yeah, is when you leave the casino, it subtracts twice the number of dealers. It's something like that. But for whatever reason, again, not necessary for the explanation of this video, but if there is more than one blackjack dealer, the run is fucked and we have to reset. And it's really annoying because there could be 3 blackjack dealers here, right? Thankfully, in this run, I entered and there is only 1 blackjack dealer right here. So we're all good to continue, so we can continue. Obviously, you wouldn't be watching this if it didn't work. So anyway, with that little side effect out of the way, here's the Wheel of Fortune. So we want to set the memory to an exact amount. We want to say start end of the line, right? I've written this badly. This should say start. Ah, fuck it. Start, end of the line, right? Whatever. I'm not going to write it out. That's what we want to write. We want to write in memory, hey, start, end of the line, and just start the end of the game. Because, spoilers, the speedrun wants to start the final mission as quickly as possible. So we want to just start the final mission like this. We want to just start the final mission and just skip right to the end of the game. That's the fucking point, right? That's what we're trying to do. If we can do whatever we want to go straight to the end of the game. So that's what we're trying to write here. In order to do that, you'd think like, okay, let's say we need to write like 71, 89, 12, 60, 52, right? Say, these numbers are obviously much bigger, but say we need to just write these numbers in here. Like, okay, Josh, just fucking mouse over your selection wheel and type the number 72 into your fucking keyboard and you're done, right? Unfortunately, you cannot do that. That is not how this works. You have 2 buttons. You have left shift, increase wager, and you have left mouse, decrease wager. Those are the only 2 buttons you have. So it's like, okay, Josh, just press left shift 71 times and then press left shift 56 times or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't work that way. It doesn't go up in won every button press or whatever. It doesn't work that way. What happens? What was the formula again? It's some kind of formula. When you press left shift, it does like your current money plus the current wages amount plus the total wager or something like that, right? I worked this out before in the learning video. Wait, let me find the learning video. Joshimuz AJS learning. Where the fuck is it? Here it is. Here's the formula. So Ultra Gold's formula. It's new wager. So the wager equals total wager plus current wager plus starting excess debt. Right, okay, so starting excess debt meaning, yeah, it says on the screen, yeah. So because I entered the casino with negative 672 and my maximum debt is 100 and my starting debt is negative 672, my excess debt is, well, it's not negative, it's plus 572, right? Wait, is it? Yeah, it's plus, yeah. So it's so my starting excess debt is 572. That's my starting excess debt right now. So I believe, yes, perfect. If I press left shift once and it sets the wager to 572, perfect. Okay, I got this correct. So the formula, every time I press left shift, what happens to this bet is it does the new bet, the new bet equals the total wager. So it equals total wager. So total plus plus the current wager. So this wager plus this wager plus excess debt. So that's the formula. So every time I press left shift, this number increases by that amount. Now you might be thinking to yourself, Jesus Christ, Josh, that's a really complicated formula and you need to set exact amounts of money, right? How the fuck are you going to calculate this? The short answer is you don't. You do what you're told to do by people who are smarter than you. So I have, if I go forwards in this here, I have these instructions right here. So I have to get to negative 7,724, and then I have to execute these instructions. I have to bet 88 in the first slot, 727 of the sixth slot, blah 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 blah, and you just do these instructions. So people made like a San Andreas betting simulator. People made a simulator and then went through trial and error trying to find like ways of doing this and like setting up bets and stuff. And shout outs to everybody who did that, like Crab 1K and Theodorus and Ultragal and everybody who figured this out. Shout outs to them because I am not fucking figuring out that maths myself. That would have been shit. So the first step, like I said, is to get to negative 7,724. So because my excess debt is part of the calculation, we need to set my excess debt to an exact amount. So on my way here, I just did some stunt jumps. And depending on exactly how I do the stunt jumps, my money is going to be like a pretty random amount, right? So I'm entering the casino with a pretty random amount of money. So the first task is to, 1, bet over $100 so that we make it so the game doesn't crash later. Don't worry about it. And 2, set our money to exactly negative 7,724. So what I do here, so this stuff I am just brute forcing. What I do here is we go in and I bet like around 100 here. And then I set, and you can see every time, what you've got to realize is this is one frame of one button press. Every time the money jumps up here, every time the money jumps up here, I have pressed left shift for one frame. If I press left shift from multiple frames, if I just held down left shift, the game would do total wager plus this wager plus excess debt every single frame, and the money would go straight to the moon instantly. I have to press left shift one frame really carefully. If I hold it down, money goes to 1 million and I'm fucked. And as you'll see here, when I decrease the money, in a second, when I decrease the money like this, it decreases slowly. It doesn't decrease all at once instantly. It decreases slowly. The logic is it decreases the second biggest digit up to a certain point. So if I press left mouse button right now, it will decrease by 100. So if I go back a little bit, you can see I press it and it decreases by 100. Do you see? It always decreases the second biggest digit up to like 100,000 or something. So what this does is it means I can't just type in whatever fucking number I want, because if I want to edit this first digit, I have to go to 2 digits. I can't edit the first digit unless I only have 2-digit bet value. Because if I have a 2-digit bet value, then my left mouse button actually changes the smallest digit because it's the second biggest digit, right? So what I have to do here, in order to get to exactly 7,724, I can't just use one bet, because the bet will turn into like a massive number like this. And then if I try to decrease this one more, it's not going to go to like 7039. It's going to go straight to 6940. And if I decrease my current bet by 100, I'll go from 7807, which I'm at now, and I'll go straight to 7707. And now that's too little. Now I have too little money, right? I need to be at 7724. That's the magic number. So I'll be too low on money. And you're okay, you're too low on money. So just press the increase button, Josh. But remember, it will increase it by 77132 plus 7040 plus 7707. It will increase it by like 21,000 if I press left shift right now. So my options are decrease by 100 or increase by like 21,000 and something, right? Those are my two choices. So, okay, Josh, how the fuck do you set exactly 7724 if you can't precisely edit the number? Well, we use a secondary bet. So I bet here, I bet $7,040. And then over here, I've bet like roughly 100. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll over to the second bet, which is 92. And this bet, if I decrease it, I will decrease the one digit, right? Because it's the second biggest digit. So then I use this number. You can see I decrease this one. I use that one to then get to exactly the 7724 that I need. So it was like bet this much, like 7,000 whatever, and then bet this 12 turned out to be the magic number. So that's how I did that. That's how I get the numbers to be what I want. You have to use multiple bets. You have like the big number bet, which is like absolutely insane. And then you have the little number bet to adjust my value to the correct amount. So that's how I get to 7724. And as soon as I do that, I send the bet and then I lose the wheel, thankfully. I can win it here, And if I win money and I go back to positive, then the run's over because I'd have to go do stunt jumps again. That'd be really annoying. So thankfully, I lose the $7,052 that I needed to lose. And now we're at 7,724. And now I can follow these instructions. So now I can follow these instructions. The reason having these instructions is super fucking important is because I need to set, now that I've set my money to the exact precise amount, that's easy enough to do. Getting your debt to the exact precise amount is easy enough because you could just use multiple bets to achieve it. But I need this number to be exactly 360,449. This isn't the same as editing my total number because I can use multiple bets for that. I can't use multiple bets to change this number. I can only increase by this number plus this number plus this number, right? I can only increase by that much. I can't, and then I can only decrease by the second most significant digit. So how the hell can I get to exactly this amount of money? And that's where the complication comes in. That's where these instructions come in. Someone has put in the work and figured out that if you do these exact steps of things, the money all lines up for you to set the numbers to be exactly correct. That's why this is so important. That's why being exactly the correct amount of money is important. That's why following these instructions exactly precisely is so important. So, we start at oh, I need the timer. Ignore the timer on the screen, by the way. Don't worry about the timer. I need these to be exactly this. So here's the instructions. The first instruction is slot 1 becomes 88. Okay, that's easy to do. You see this? I press left shift once. I pressed left shift once, and we flew up to, wait for it, and we flew up to over $6,000. Because, again, if we do the maths, up here, my max debt, is now 1,000. So it's 6,724 is how much I'm over the debt limit. For some reason, it goes to 6,624. Wait, is it actually $200? Am I an idiot? Wait. No, it's 1,000, isn't it? I'm an idiot. It's 1,000, not 100. Sorry, I'm stupid. It's 1,000 that I'm allowed. So it's 6,724. Yeah, there we go. That's what I get set to is 6,724. Yeah, sorry, I'm being silly. Yeah, I took away 100, not took away 1,000. So now that I've increased my maximum debt to 1,000, negative 1,000, you have to take away 1,000 from it. Anyway. So every time I press left shift, the bet increases by this crazy amount, which is like, it's all these numbers. It's these three numbers added together, right? Which is like an absolutely insane amount. So I have to follow these instructions. The first instruction, does that work? Okay. The first instruction is 88. So I could do that. I increase to 6,000 and then I just decrease loads. Because it's a 2-digit number, that's easy enough. I could always get to 88. So you can see I get to 88. Easy peasy. Okay. Second number is 272 in slot 6. So I go over to slot 6. I press left shift once. And this is important. I press left shift once. And I go to it. The bet goes to 6,812. Now this is really important because this is a 3-digit number. It's 272. And remember, I can only control the second most significant digit. So this 2 is always going to be a 2 no matter what I do. So that's why going to 682 is so important because I can't control the 2. So we need to set this bet to 88 because then that makes it so that when I increase this by 1, this second number is a 2. So we go to 2. So we set this. I scroll all the way down to 272. And remember, if I fuck this up and if I click left mouse button one too many times and I go to 262, I'm fucked. Oh yeah, the time's running, sorry. If I go to 262, I'm fucked because it goes to 262. I can't just press left shift to increase it back to 272 because it's not going to go to 272. It's going to go all the way to like fucking 21,000 or some shit, right? So I have to get it to exactly 272. And reminder, every frame I'm pressing left shift, it will increase by these 3 numbers added together. And every frame I left click, I think. No, actually, that's not true. The left clicking is a bit better. But the left clicking is like, you know, still every click it will go down a 1. The left clicking is easier. So that's that. So now I do the next number. I actually do need my notes open. This is kind of annoying. Let me screenshot it. That would be really smart, wouldn't it? If I take a screenshot of this and then open Paint and then put it in that. There we go. Now I don't need the timer running all the time. I'm going to put this like here. So now the next, so we've got this. This is 88. This is 272. We're just setting what we call like helper bets right now. Now we set this to 83. So again, this is easy. This is a 2-digit number. So I could just scroll down as much as I want and I will be able to I could control both digits here. So I just set it to exactly 83. Easy peasy. Now comes the hard part. Now we're going to actually start setting up the payload. We need slot 4 to be 241524, 21. And the instructions are increase slot 4 6 times. Increase slot 4 6 times. And then decrease it until you get to 241521. So I need to frame perfectly, increase the bet 6 times. Like that to here. And not fuck up. If I press left shift, well, 1 frame too many will skyrocket in value and I won't be able to do it anymore. And then once I get to there, then I have to decrease it to 241. Again, when I decrease it, I'm affecting the second most significant digit. So I'm affecting this digit here. So every time I decrease it, this digit goes down because it's the second biggest. But that's good enough because these first 4 digits, because we set this to 88, this to 272, and this to 83, and because I had exactly 7724 negative money at the start, because all 4 of these things align, when I do this, these numbers will always be 1521. Again, this is how complicated this is. This is how I need to follow exactly these instructions, or we ain't going to get those numbers. If this was like 87, then this would have been like 6 digits off. This would have been like 1517 instead. And then they wouldn't work. So we need to set it to exactly that. So anyway, you get the idea. I go through all of these. I follow these instructions. I set all of these bets to the correct amount, following the instructions one by one. There, we can put it like down there. There we go. You can read it. Just understand that this is like super fucking precise, right? So I have to be very careful not to like press left shift too many times and blow over the amount. At the end of this setup, I have everything set up correctly. And we have, this is 360. This is too big, sorry. This is 360449. This is slot 2 is 7576 5, 5, 6, 4. Slot 3 is 2, 5, 1, 8, 6, 4, 1, 6. Slot 5 is slot 5 just 78? I think slot 5 is 78. Nice 8, idiot. Oh, that's slot 4. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I was wondering, that stack looks huge. Slot 4 is 2, 4, 1, 5, 2, 1. This is 78 here. And this is 0. So now, the game, remember, the game has to remember all of these numbers. So the game stores in its memory, it writes in its book all of those numbers. But remember, it doesn't write it like a human does base 10. It writes it in hexadecimal. Any knowers want to convert all of these numbers to hexadecimal? And I think you'll find that if you do that, you have the exact instructions that we are going to execute in code. 0 equals 0. Ah, shit, that's a good one. Good job. Be right back getting my calculator. It's in the video description from Crab1K. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But what we have written in are, I think you are underestimating the decoding process. Probably. Oh, and it's little endian. Oh my god, right. It's also like that. Oh god, it's so fucking complicated. But yeah, so we've written in 018005003C. Again, it's hexadecimal, so there's some letters in the numbers. Don't worry about it. And that translates to not wait 1,500,360. So you're telling the game to wait 1,500,360 milliseconds. So the first instruction is the game will wait for 15 seconds. The second instruction is not start mission. The nots, don't worry about the nots. That's a complication. Don't worry about the nots. But the second thing is start mission 112. And you'll never guess what mission 112 is, chat. And then the second number, the second one, 508171 AF 30. That's go sub 21241521. That's the go to thing I was talking about. So we tell the game to wait 15 seconds. Oh, sorry, I should have erased this. Wait 15 secs. Start mission 112. Then go to 241521. And then end this script. Those are the instructions that we set. So you'll see when I execute it, but what happens, we'll skip ahead to the execution. What happens is, as soon as I do the thing, sorry, there's my writing on it, but as soon as I do the thing, now, as soon as the camera starts shaking, exactly 15 seconds from now, so we are at 44:32, exactly 15 seconds from now, the game will start the final mission and we'll skip right to the final bit. So it should be like 47, right? Should be 44:47. There it is. At 44, it's a little bit more than that because my timing isn't right. But at 44:47, this wait ends, and then we start this mission, we go to this part of the mission, and then we end the script. And this mission is end of the line free, because of course it is, we want to skip to the end of the game. And this part, and then it loads the book for end of the line 3, and then, you know, part of the book 241521, that's the part of the book where it plays the credits. So we skip to the final mission and we play the fucking credits. And the mission is still happening in the background because the mission is still happening. Why wait 15 seconds? Why not 5 or 1? It's because we can't just write whatever numbers we want that easily, right? Because you got to remember, the number that we write in the wait instruction, also influences the other numbers that we can write in the other places. So we want it to be relatively low. We don't want it to be like nothing, because when I do the glitch, I start just business. Like, just business has started. If it tried to start end of the line 3 right now, we do the thing with the books. We have the just business book, and then we replace it with the end of the line book, and then the game will crash. So I need to have enough time to be able to fail just business. That's why I death warp here. That's why I get out and throw a grenade. It blows up the car and it kills me. And both of those things fail the mission. So I need to have enough time in order to end the mission before the game crashes. So we wait, we wait like 15 and a bit seconds. That's what we're programming in. We're telling the game, wait 15 and a bit seconds, start the final mission, and then start the fucking credits. And then end this script, because we don't need to do anything at that point. We need it to end, otherwise we just blast through and read other stuff. So that's what we program in here. That's the payload. So that's the payload I set. I leave the thing, and I go outside, and I death warp.
Cop asshole!
Cop asshole. So the payload has been programmed in. I've opened the book. I've gone to the page about the Wheel of Fortune bets, and I've written in all those numbers. Oh no, I lost my page. Oh no, my bookmark. No! I've lost my bookmark. Oh. Oh, okay, I think it was around there. Fuck. Disaster. We go to the page. That's the Wheel of Fortune's bets. We write in those numbers as our bets, and then we close the book, and we put the book to one side. Now, Josh, you've bet a bunch of numbers. That's cool and all. But, you know, you've just bet some fucking numbers. That doesn't actually make that code happen. Like, the game is remembering it as the amounts you bet. Big whoop. It's not executing it as script. And that is, executing it as script is the next half of this run. And for live stream viewers, I'm going to have to end it there, because it's now 3 p.m. and I have to leave. But yeah, for VOD watchers, I will cut to the next part right now and we will just continue, but I might change. Next day, go. It's probably enough time. Yeah. But for live stream viewers, we're going to have to end on this cliffhanger. I'm really sorry this has taken way too long. I need to leave. I have to go somewhere. So what the fuck? No jump cut? Yeah. I know it doesn't look like it on this time bar, but we are like halfway through the run. Because the run ends like here. Okay, maybe we're not halfway through the run. Okay, we're not halfway through the run. Okay, we're not halfway through. Oh dear. This might be 2 more streams, chat. Where did I get to? Yeah, like, we're kind of halfway. It's kind of halfway. 44 is like, we're kind of halfway. It's all right. Yeah, this is really slow. I'm enjoying this, though. I'm having a good time. I'm glad I just did this format. I'm enjoying this. But yeah, I'm going to have to leave you with this cliffhanger. I'm really sorry. The hard part is I'm going to have to remember what I said and what I've already explained tomorrow and just continue with it. Thankfully, the end part is less complicated, so it'll be faster, smiley face. Yeah. I mean, I do just play some missions normally for a bit. I mean, that'll be nice and easy. You know. But then I do the actual glitch, I guess, like here. Yeah, once I get in the fire truck here, this is me doing the actual glitch. And then I have to explain all of this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it do be like that. Here is the actual glitch, by the way. This is the glitch right now. There it is. I've done it. That's the actual thing.
Get in the car.
This is for the cliffhangerers. This is where we execute the code that I set up. It's right here. So all of those numbers that I set up in the book, this is where we execute it right now. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, thanks a lot for watching. Sorry I'm ending now, but yeah, this took a lot longer than I thought to explain a 44-minute run. But it's fucking complex, yo. Yeah, Pie's doing Forbidden Memories. I do like reading that, but... oh my god. Last Yokel is doing Vice City Stories, no major glitches. We're so raiding that. Oh my god, that was loud. Oh my god, that's so loud. We have 2 sets of sounds for some reason. Okay, whatever. / raid the Last Yokel. Yeah, Last Yokel is playing Vice City Stories, no major glitches. Very cool category. I enjoy it. I'm gonna go watch it while I eat dinner before I leave. Yeah, thank you so much for watching. Sorry I didn't finish the explanation. I will endeavor to do so tomorrow. Or you could just wait for the full video. I'm gonna have fun editing the full fucking video as well. Yeah. Thanks a lot. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.